Thank you. Session is called to order. On a set note, I rise to inform the esteemed August House that one of our colleagues, Honorable Tuliki Abram, has suffered a bereavement following the passing of her brother in the north. On behalf of the National Assembly, we wish to extend our condolences to Honorable Abram and the family during this time of sorrow, and we recognize that the loss of a beloved one is a deeply personal and painful experience, and our thoughts are with our colleagues as they navigate this difficult period. I also ask members to join in me conveying the sympathies and keeping our colleague in the thoughts and our prayers. Thank you. The second announcement is just a correction of the announcement made by the Speaker on the 19th of March 2026 in respect of changes to the Parliamentary Standing Committee of the representation of the members of the Independent Patriots for Change in the name of Honorable Michael Mwashindange was not on the list as announced, and herewith it is announced that Honorable Michael Mwashindange will serve on the Committee of Economy, Industry and Administration and Planning, replacing Honorable Lilani Brinkman. With this announcement, it is duly nominated at the respective committee and is therefore mandated to attend the committee meetings as per Rule 20 of the committee rules. I so agree. Okay. Message from the head of state, petitions, reports from standing committee, other reports. Yeah, reports from standing committee. Honorable Jonas.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I lay upon the table for note-taking reports of the stakeholder consultative workshop by the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Poverty Eradication, Labour and Industrial Relations held on the 3rd July 2025 at the Parliamentary building, and report on the strategic retreat for the Standing Committee on Poverty Eradication, Labour and Industrial Relations held from 21 to 25 July 2025 at Ochuarongo. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Please table the report. Thank you. Honorable Karupu. Honorable Karupu, thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I lay upon the table for discussion report of the Standing Committee on Information and Communication Technology on the consultative workshop with stakeholders held in Swakopmund from the 28th of July to the 1st of August 2025. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Please table the report. Thank you. Any other reports? Notices of questions? Notices of motions? Ministerial statement? Question? Motion. Honorable Chief Whip.
Government Chief Whip.
No, this time it's a government chief whip.
Honorable Government Chief Whip. Okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 3, 11, 13, 28, 30, and 39 of the Appropriation Bill be in terms of Rule 159, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules, Orders and Internal Arrangement, not be interrupted if still under consideration at 12:30, but not later than 16:45. I so move.
Please table the motion. Thank you. Thank you. Any other motion? Ministerial statement. Report from the Committee of the Whole House. Orders of the day. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Committee stage Appropriation Bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the Assembly goes into the committee? Yes, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, just, yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister is on her way. On her behalf, I so move.
Okay, it is moved that I leave the chair. Any objection? Agreed to. I now call upon the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee to take the chair.
Yeah, the whole House committee is going to get a selection. Yes, yes.
Order. It calls getting used to. The whole House committee is called to order.
Sign that.
When progress was reported of the committee, it starts already again. The committee has to consider the Appropriation Bill B1 2026. When progress was reported on yesterday, 26th of March 2026, votes 3, 11, 28, and 30 had been introduced, while votes 1, 2, 4, and 26 had been agreed to. For the introduction of votes, I now put vote 13, Health and Social Services, 13,115,700,000 Namibian dollars. For introduction by the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Livindao.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise today to table the vote, number 13 of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. At the outset, allow me to firstly start by commending the Minister of Finance for presenting a well-balanced national budget amidst, of course, a challenging fiscal environment. Now, for the 2026-2027 financial year, the Ministry of Health and Social Services is allocated 13,115,700,000 Namibian dollars. This comprises of an operational budget of 12,626,000,000 Namibian dollars and a development budget of 489,700,000 Namibian dollars. Now, this vital allocation is aimed at driving true systemic transformational change, strengthening all building blocks of the public health system. Our focus remains simple: decongesting public health facilities, improving the pharmaceutical supply chain, procuring essential medicines, clinical supplies, as well as medical equipment, and recruiting a fit-for-purpose work health force to achieve health systems strengthening across the country. I will now present some major achievements from the 2025-2026 financial year or budget cycle, followed by how we intend to utilize the budget for the 2026-2027 financial year. So program number 1, health system planning and management. In 2025 and 2026, we significantly advanced health system infrastructure. Network infrastructure, I am pleased to inform, was installed in 18 health centers and 32 clinics countrywide. This now means that all of our state hospitals, 41 health centers, as well as 32 clinics are now fully equipped with ICT network infrastructure. This lays a critical foundation not just for the e-health system, but for all technological developments, including the basics such as Wi-Fi. Further strengthening access to digital health solutions. In 2026-2027, we aim to expand this and extend further to an additional 73 clinics nationwide. We have also been able to strengthen civil registration and vital statistics by revising data collection tools, a project which is concluding in the first quarter of this next financial year. Furthermore, the Ministry is also pleased to announce that we were able to launch the country's first digital health policy, which is a 10-year policy. The Ministry of Health and Social Services is also developing a health information system policy framework to enhance data governance, to ensure evidence-based planning. The Ministry will undertake the National Demographic and Health Survey, generating comprehensive and reliable data across all regions of Namibia to inform national policy as well as program development. Given that the last survey was done in 2013, the implementation of this survey is essential and timely. Updated data is critical in order to ensure that our policies are aligned with the realities on the ground. Program number 2, clinical healthcare services. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, our commitment to modernizing healthcare facilities in 2025 and 2026 saw significant investment in the procurement of medical equipment. So in the year 2025-2026, not only did we procure medical or medicines directly from manufacturers, we also moved to start the procurement of medical equipment directly from manufacturers in order for us to become more efficient in terms of our spending. In this financial year, we initiated direct procurement from manufacturers for a wide range of essential items, including but not limited to 548 vital monitors, 150 cardiotocography machines, 126 electrocardiogram machines, 86 defibrillators, 39 ultrasound machines, 40 ventilators, 11 anesthetic machines, and 25 theatre tables. Furthermore, demonstrating rapid progress in equipping our hospitals, we have already successfully procured and received deliveries of critical equipment such as blood gas analyzers, transport incubators, endoscopy towers, ICU monitors, suction machines, patient monitors, as well as effusion pumps. This also includes units of both anesthetic as well as ultrasound machines, ensuring immediate enhancement of diagnostic and treatment capabilities across the nation. Major diagnostic capacity enhancements in the same year include the procurement of an MRI suite for Windhoek Central Hospital, as well as CT scanners for Intermediate Hospital Rundu. With the resources provided for this budget, I am pleased to announce that within our procurement plan for this financial year is an additional MRI machine for Intermediate Hospital Oshakati, as well as CT scan machines for all other regions that currently do not have a CT scan machine, in order to prevent patients from having to travel from the regions centrally to have basic imaging done. Additionally, medical equipment as well as furniture for 3 new dialysis centers at Kitmanshoop, Katima Mulilo, and Walvis Bay District Hospitals were procured and delivered, allowing for operations to commence at Kitmanshoop Hospital, with our first renal dialysis unit inaugurated in the region, of course, in the south, with inaugurations of dialysis centers at Katima Mulilo and Walvis Bay hospitals scheduled for early April 2026. We are also equipping Ochivarongo District Hospital as well as Intermediate Hospital Rundu with dialysis facilities. These centers reduce patient travel, they reduce financial burden, but also they provide accessible and affordable services to people within their regions. Regarding pharmaceuticals and clinical supplies, Central Medical Stores is actively working to optimize service levels. Through direct procurement of medication from manufacturers, we have now been able to achieve a level of 57%. We are strategically building stock deliveries, strengthening supply chain to achieve a minimum target of 80%. This proactive approach directly tackles challenges like securing long-term contracts, adapting to evolving disease patterns, as well as ensuring that we have sufficient storage capacity. This is a difference from where we started last year, considering that when we started procuring medication directly from manufacturers, we have received various items spanning from antibiotics, pain medication, and the like, to bring us to the 57% we currently stand at, with more deliveries expected to arrive in April as well as May. Now, simultaneously, to significantly enhance our logistical capacities or capabilities, we are directly converting the Ramatex Rhino Garment Factory into a new, renovated Central Medical Stores. Previously, as you might have noted, Central Medical Stores was operating in fragmented locations in about 8 different locations. This made us vulnerable to various forms of pilferage and theft, as you may name it. By renovating the Central Medical Stores or creating this renovated space at this particular facility, we not only save funds, but are able to better safeguard our medication, keep guard of the medication that we buy and procure, as well as better account for public funds. Now, in a significant boost to emergency healthcare services across the region, the ministry procured and distributed 36 new ambulances in the financial year. Now, these vital vehicles have been strategically deployed to various regions and hospitals, greatly enhancing our capacity to provide timely and life-saving medical transport to communities in need. For 2026-2027 financial year, this particular program receives a bulk of the funding for the Ministry of Health and Social Services, being 12,268,701,000. With your support, this amount ensures the continued provision of inpatient as well as outpatient care, but also the acquisition of essential medicines to get us to our target levels, the acquisition of the necessary equipment to get us to a level whereby regions and those in the regions do not have to travel long distances to acquire basic imaging, as well as the expansion of specialized services. A key focus will be achieving a minimum of 80% service level target for pharmaceutical stock. Program number 3 being public health. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, in 2025-2026, the Ministry of Health and Social Services strengthened national capacity to prevent, to detect, as well as to respond to public health emergencies. I am pleased to report back to this House that we successfully contained in the financial year cholera outbreak in Opuo, an mpox outbreak in Swakopmund, as well as Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever outbreak in Khababas. Now, through robust surveillance, the team was able to detect circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 in Rundu, Windhoek, as well as Khababas. In response, the Ministry of Health and Social Services implemented a novel oral polio vaccine type 2 vaccination campaign nationwide. And I'm pleased to report that after both rounds, we have achieved a vaccination coverage rate of 89%, and we continue to actively manage ongoing measles and cholera outbreaks. Following the malaria outbreak declaration in February 2026, our initial efforts focused on indoor residual spraying, community education, and epidemiological surveillance. To aggressively combat the ongoing public health threat, we are now escalating our actions with a highly enhanced multi-stakeholder response. We have actively strengthened community-based care and recently conducted both a malaria interaction review as well as a midterm review to optimize our strategies and see where we can improve on the strategies of the financial year. Now, through vital partnerships, a technical team from the Africa CDC has been deployed to provide expert support on the ground together with our Namibian experts. Furthermore, we are heavily bolstering our frontline capacity. We are conducting ongoing indoor residual spraying. We have deployed 22 additional vehicles to the affected regions to improve mobility and have dispatched emergency medical personnel to the heavily affected regions, namely Zambezi, Kavango West, and Kavango East regions. Now, despite these robust interventions, community cooperation remains our most powerful weapon. We strongly urge the public once again to allow and support our teams to conduct indoor residual spraying, as the refusal to allow home spraying is directly linked to hindrance of collective ability to stop the outbreak and protect communities. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, Namibia has made significant progress against HIV and AIDS, achieving 96% of patients living with HIV being aware of their status, 98% of those who are on antiretroviral treatment, and 98% of those on ART treatment virally suppressed, surpassing the UNAIDS 95-95-95 targets. We've strengthened multi-month prescribing as well, allowing stable patients of people living with HIV to receive up to 6 months' supply of antiretrovirals. HIV testing amongst pregnant women reached 98%, with 98% of HIV positive and breastfeeding women receiving antiretroviral therapy. Early infant diagnosis now stands at 91%, with a positivity rate of 1.2%, well below the global elimination of threshold of 5%. Measures to combat TB have scaled up, with screening campaigns identifying more persons needing treatment. The National TB and Leprosy Program achieved an 88% treatment success rate for TB and 100% for leprosy. While PEPFAR has been a critical partner, we wish to once again clarify that the government of Namibia has been procuring and continues to procure all antiretrovirals and remains committed to sustaining our HIV and TB services through integrated models. Regarding non-communicable diseases, we introduced the HPV vaccination for girls, and since August 2025, I'm pleased to report that 75,000 girls have been vaccinated, and now the vaccine is integrated into the National Expanded Program on Immunization. In disability prevention and rehabilitation, nearly 40,000 persons nationwide benefited from physical rehabilitation services, and over 1,235 wheelchairs were procured and distributed. We are also pleased to report that in the same financial year, we were able to finalize and table the Mental Health Bill of 2025 to repeal a long outdated bill of 1973. For 2026-2027 financial year, 141,458,000 is allocated to public health. This will further strengthen national capacity to prevent, to detect, as well as to respond to public health emergencies, including the development of an updated national action for health security. Program number 4, Development Social Welfare. Etegameno Rehabilitation Center and Resource Center continues to provide alcohol and drug rehabilitation for adults, acknowledging the need for services for persons under 18 years of age, which has led to the Ministry of Health and Social Services commencing active renovation, of which I was fortunate to go and witness on site and is progressing well. To address high inpatient costs, we are developing outpatient treatment programs for alcohol and drug dependency in 3 regions. Construction of the Children's Center at Etegameno, I'm pleased to report, is progressing well, with the second phase of construction expected to be completed in April 2026. This program receives $58,443,000 Namibian dollars, and in this new financial year, we aim to focus on quality social services that promote family well-being, that ensure that there is rehabilitation for substance abuse, to prevent suicide, as well as to promote and provide integrated services for survivors of sexual violence. Program 99, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Members, in 2025-2026, infrastructure development saw the completion of multiple clinics, namely Onangulo Clinic, the upgrading of Ompunja Clinic, Onamukulo, and Mabushe clinics. The Ausenka Health Center was also completed and will be inaugurated by myself early April 2026. An intensive care unit was established in Katima Mulilo Hospital, and a kidney dialysis center, as mentioned, was established in Kitmanswap, with other centers to open at Katima Mulilo and Walvis Bay, all in April 2026. I'm also pleased to report that the construction of neonatal intensive care unit at the Swakopmund District Hospital was also completed and is also set for commissioning in April 2026. Ongoing major projects include the first phase of the Windhoek District Hospital, where access roads are 76% complete and electrical supply works at 45% complete. The next phase is internal bulk earthworks to lay the foundation of the main hospital, which is now at the tender stage. This phase is a crucial component of the main hospital construction. I'm also pleased to report that development work for the Ondangwa Hospital, 330-bed, and Kurenkuru 250-bed district hospitals have commenced and are progressing well. Updating feasibility studies, environmental impact assessments, as well as technical designs to enable tendering, which will allow us to comply with quality standards. I'm also pleased to report that a 120-bed new maternity ward at Onanjokwe Intermediate Hospital is being commissioned on the 10th of April 2026, and all parliamentarians are invited A new 17-bed intensive care unit at Oshakati Intermediate Hospital was also concluded. The Oshana Regional Management Team offices were also concluded as well as commissioned. Moreover, we successfully decentralized certain functions of the ministry to all regions within their respective regional councils in November 2025. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House, as well as honorable members, might remember that previously regions were unable to handle basic maintenance, such as fixing light bulbs that were broken, basic maintenance around the hospital, overseeing basic construction projects such as clinics, as well as acquiring their own human resource from the region. With the decentralization to the regions, this has now changed, allowing for regions to be empowered and allowing for regions to not just do their own basic maintenance, but also do their own basic recruitment and oversee basic primary healthcare services within the region. A robust recruitment drive has been central, as I conclude, to empowering these regional efforts, filling in this financial year 3,471, which is 77.8% of the 4,461 posts, vacant posts that the Ministry of Health and Social Services had. And this has been done as of 1st of March 2026 at an estimated cost of 286,965,727 Namibian dollars. These newly onboarded healthcare professionals that stand at a total of 3,471 across the country have allowed us to directly expand working hours at various clinics, significantly improving patient access. One such clinic, which we announced, Mahwilili, which has become fully operational 24/7 through equipping the facility with more healthcare workers. And I'm also pleased to report that as of the 1st of April, Okuriangava Clinic will now also be 24/7. In a further commitment to supporting our dedicated staff, healthcare uniforms were procured and dispatched to over 15,000 healthcare workers nationwide. Beyond recruitment, our investment in health development has produced 72 nurse specialists, 4 medical specialists, 9 postgraduate and 4 undergraduate scholars, totaling 97 new specialized qualifications, and currently 616 staff members are undergoing further training, including 154 at nursing, 98 at medical, 3 at dental specialization, 32 at postgraduate, and 329 at undergraduate levels, ensuring a comprehensive and continuously growing and highly skilled workforce that is responsive to the needs of the nation. On legal instruments, the Ministry of Health and Social Services is currently drafting the Universal Health Coverage Bill, which seeks to establish a powerful and enforceable legal framework to firmly solidify our nation's commitment to healthcare equity, access, and financial protection. Currently, we're in the process of incorporating valuable stakeholder inputs with the aim of tabling the finalized bill in Parliament in this new financial year. Alongside the progress of the Universal Health Coverage Bill, we have also finalized not just the Mental Health Bill of 2025, but also the accompanying regulations. And of course, the bill is now on the floor awaiting parliamentary approval. For 2026-2027 financial year, 575,795,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to the Policy Coordination and Support Program. This will enable the Ministry of Health and Social Services in this financial year to fill about 5,136 newly created vacant positions in the Ministry of Health and Social Services. It will also allow us to train technical specialists in areas like pediatrics, obstetrics, surgery, anesthesiology, and internal medicine, whilst ensuring that we have more or less sufficient healthcare workers within various health facilities to see to it that we are able to cater to the needs of the people and reduce waiting times as far as possible. We will strengthen health financing strategies, including the proposed National Health Equity Fund under the envisaged Universal Health Coverage Bill, to mobilize additional resources. We are exploring revenue sources such as sin tax on alcohol as well as sugary commodities in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, and engagement with the Social Security Commission for contributions from the National Medical Benefit Fund have commenced. Infrastructure development will focus on completing outstanding projects and proactive maintenance and oversight of these projects to ensure that contractors are held accountable and meet the deadlines. Key initiatives include the PHC Clinic and Administration Block of Okahao District Hospital, upgrading Ochivarongo and Okongo District Hospitals, and constructing ICUs at Opuo, Nankudu, Engela, and Otapi. We will advance construction of the Vintu, Kondangwa, and Korenkuru hospitals, as well as new clinics at Onyanya, Seringkhop, and Shaka Ben-Hur, and a children's center at Etegameno, while pursuing PPP opportunities for oncology units. I'm also pleased to inform that nursing home units in Vintuk and Ochivarongo hospitals, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance in this financial year, will also begin receiving attention. We will also implement a public health infrastructure maintenance plan to ensure that not only do we build health facilities and infrastructure, but that we also build our capacity and our plan to strategically maintain them. Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honourable members, this proposed budget allocation is critical for implementing the Ministry's programs as well as activities. We are grateful to developmental partners, private sectors, as well as non-government and civil society organizations for their support. However, we must mention that this budget particularly remains an integral part of us forging forward with better work. The proposed budget for Vote 13 reflects our unwavering commitment to strengthening institutional performance, to improving service delivery nationwide, and contributing significantly to national development. Through effective utilization of these resources, we will continue and strive to better meet the healthcare demands of the people of Namibia and support the government's development agenda. I therefore respectfully request this August House to support as well as approve the budget allocation for Vote 13 for the Ministry of Health and Social Services, amounting to 13,115,700,000 Namibian dollars for the 2026-2027 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We are faced with a... Okay. Thank you. Now we move to the next stage.
Just for the process.
Huh?
For the process, just to say the minister is not here. Stands defeated.
Vote 39, that was supposed to be defended now, is standing over until further notice. We are moving to the discussions on the votes that were presented yesterday. I now put vote number 3, National Assembly. Any discussions? I recognize Honorable McHenry Venani. You have the floor. Time is up.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, and welcome to the Chair of the House. Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, this is our vote, and we must do a analysis of what is happening in this very important chamber of legislation. I want to address myself to a number of issues, and that is, first to ask Deputy Speaker, where is the Speaker? Okay, because it's not a correct way of debating a vote without the mother of the house being present. Please convey my dismay, whatever her good reasons are. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chair, where is my time? Yeah, let's put 5 minutes. Let's start with, what is this? The guard houses that you are looking for. Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker. Huh? Yeah, Deputy. Yeah, double jeopardy. The issue is you want guard houses, but members of parliament do not have office spaces. A member of parliament is somebody to be lobbied to lobby legislation. Imagine if 5 members of parliament are seated in one office, sharing an office. Yet our priority is to look for guard houses. Parliamentarians do not have offices. I do not know, the last year you were told that you were buying an office or office block. Somehow that deal fell through. I want to know what is happening there. 2, the reason why some of the motions that are coming in this house are of a very low standard, not properly researched, is because Parliament must have researchers. Ordinarily, if you compare ourselves with parliaments in Europe, Kenya, Angola, every parliamentarian must at least have 2 staffers. Now, we are not asking that because we don't have resources, but that we only have 2 researchers for all backbenchers is also not sustainable. But Madam Deputy Chair, I want to address myself to political party funding. And Honorable Herunga, you must take notes. You see, the political party funding and its administration, and we must find time as political parties to discuss it. But there are certain anomalies within the administration of political party funding. It is wrong to assume legally that when you are a head of an institution or you are a secretary general of a party, that the salary that you get from either a regional council, if you are one, or a member of parliament is enough to be able to do that function. I tell you from experience, lifelong experience of political leadership, a person in the office of Herunga, his profile is even bigger than some ministers running ministries, running a party that is in governing office. Now the law says, in the Electoral Act, the law says when you are administrating political party funding, you may not benefit a holder who is already a member of parliament. If you are looking at me, I've been running a party for the last 11, 12 years from a salary of a member of parliament. No benefits in the party, whatever benefits that you must have, because the law limits you. But the reality of the situation is that even in the ruling party has to do a top-up for the Secretary General of SWAPO to get a Deputy Prime Minister's salary. So if SWAPO did not have companies, where would you get that money from? So I think we need to start making the whole thing practical so that it works. So the political party funding needs to be reorganized in such a way that parties must have liberties to use their funds in the most prudent ways rather than limiting political parties. There is also a limitation to political parties, saying we cannot do business with this money. How do you limit people to do business if democracy has become so expensive? The party in public office, the ruling party, has access to resources to start companies because you have natural resources of the country where you can make deals. The same rules does not apply to us. We are being told, don't don't do businesses. So I think that everybody must be treated equally. So I think those matters, I think political parties must sit together and find each other on the political funding and how we are going to administrate the funds going forward. On Program 2, Policy Coordination and Support Services, private members bill. It's a big problem that you are told when you are bringing a private members bill, it must go first to the Secretariat. The Secretariat takes 6-7 months before, or even longer before a bill can come to the House. So we must support legal drafting at Parliament because the capacity is very slow. We have too few legal drafters. Let's improve that. Those are my few preliminary, but I think I'm going to come back because there are some issues that I also want to ventilate.
Thank you, Honorable Benani. The next on the list, is it Kalola?
Yeah, from the top.
From the top. Honorable Kalola, don't switch the back one off. Ne?
Sorry?
The one at the back.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chair. You know, this is a very important vote. I was a teacher, and I'm still a teacher.
Lifelong.
You know, information is key, more special timely information. Now, in school, we used to instruct learners to say, let us read all the times. There was a notion of Namibia read. And Namibia read does not necessarily only meant for learners. It's for all of us. Now, Parliament read. But how do we read if there is no information where we should read? 2023, there was a strategic plan of 2023 to 2027 of e-Parliament. I'm not really sure whether it also went to return with Honorable Peter Kachavivi. If you look at our library today, if we just happen to experience a certain disaster and that library catches fire, all the information is gone. We need to digitalize our library. The books that are there are outdated. In that strategy, one of the objectives is to say improving access to quality, reliable, and timely information for MPs, parliamentary staff, and citizens. Now, how do we take Parliament to our people if we have a library like this? If you are even to ask the Minister of Education or the Deputy, they might not even know where the library is. They might not even know. If you go in that library, there is no direction that this shelf has what, this one has what, nothing. The library can be small in size, but at least let us, if you happen to digitalize it, it can be big. Back then, Prime Minister was telling us that there are a lot of PhD holders there. Now you are sabotaging us. Where are we going to do our researches and so on? If we also want to hold PhD, but how do we do it if where we're supposed to do it, there's no access? I have to go to UNAM, my university, to access library. Updated books. We need to improve on that. 2024, 2025, 0% on that strategy. Until this year, 0%, and we target 65% of 2026 to 2027. We can do better. We can do better for real. Not these things of guard houses, that cubic thing, costing, last year was 5 million, this year is 2.5 million. I don't know who did maths. Perhaps they minimized the size now. But we can do better if we just try to prioritize our library and information. If you just walk around, back then you used to, even the order of the day, you can find them on those boards. But now, nothing. Nothing at all. So we need to pay more attention to e-Parliament. Honorable Muton, I know this is your favorite part, but if you look, even in the speaker's motivation, she emphasized that most of the budget only goes to IT equipment. But when it comes to library and research and information, there is nothing happening there. So we really need to improve on that, and we can do better. I want to see Honorable Emma with a PhD, but how we should do that?
Thank you. Time. Thank you. You kept to your time limits. The next one is what? Kachinkisiwa. Honorable Kachinkisiwa, you have the floor. Huh? Oh, I think this technology here is someone.
It's reporting here.
Yeah.
It's reporting.
Honorable. Hello. Oh yeah. Wait, hello. Hi. Hello. Good. Hello. We can still deal with the situation.
Now I have to start.
No. I will politely request Honorable Kachinkisiwa to please take your seat. Can you please take your seat? Thank you, Honorable Sifeta.
Thank you.
Now you don't have to start from the bottom. Now you can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. I want to, it's my birthday today. I think I deserve more than 10 minutes. So, Honorable Deputy Chair, I thank you very much. The lawmaking process, the very important stage.
But the benches are very empty, eh? We should subject ourselves to self-introspection. We are supposed to be here, we are not here.
Primary stage. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair.
They will add the time.
Yeah, they should
add the time.
I must start from the side because it's been an interruption.
Things that we can control, we need not to have issues about them.
Let me have my floor.
So if your time is infringed on, let the desk add your time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Please, I must get now undisturbed floor. The lawmaking process, the primary stage is here. At the National Assembly. A process starts at the initiation, either by a ministry or a minister. It's a layman's draft. And then with the drafters, it goes to cabinet, looking at the policy issues, refer to cabinet committee for legislation, for the cabinet committee on the legislation. Then it goes to drafters, legal drafters, and then okayed by AG comes here. This is the primary lawmaking process. Now, Honorable Venani spoke about something that we've been talking here in and here out, about the capacity of our parliament here, especially the National Assembly. We ought to have legal drafters here, researchers. These experts are the key to the law-making process, because this is where we make law. The National Council reviews and advises when it's passed from here. But the National Assembly makes laws. Now, we imagine we don't have researchers. We don't have legal drafters. Now, when I said at the Ministry of Justice, the legal drafters there, it's a very thin layer of few drafters that are there. Most of them are, you see there, they are interns. And the interns are there to learn. And some of them are just doing their clerical work for admission. Now, sometimes we complain about, bills come from there uncooked or poorly cooked, because those people, they are overworked, understaffed. But now, let us talk about ours here, the National Assembly. Now, when a bill comes here, what ought to be done is that bill to be referred to a relevant committee. That referral standing committee is supposed to have experts to look into that. So, and that could be a process that we can have consensus, because if a referral committee is composed of different people from different parties, members from different parties, political parties, therefore, it's easy for us to reach consensus. And then we can own the bill, that law, when it passed, the act, that statute, we own it. Now, we don't have, even if you refer it there are no drafters. We don't have researchers. I have never seen a researcher. I've been here for how many years now, coming to advise as to, on this bill, let us do the ABCD. Now, I'm not saying the legal drafters at the Ministry of Justice they are not doing their work. They are overworked. I think their working conditions, the labor conditions are more than a donkey in a Congo and Ositutuma, where they carry all the time, they carry water from the water hole. Now, let us see what we can do, and we have to start now. The lawmaking process relies mostly on a robust research. We rely on skilled personnel. That's why sometimes we pass laws here and they are half-cooked. So therefore, I really want us to start now, moving forward. This year, we need to identify those gaps. We need to do some skills auditing so that we can identify those gaps. And we start this year. Thank you.
Honorable Gachinkisiwa, you have the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. Good morning, Honorable Members. On a Friday morning. Mine shall be on the committee services, page 7 of 8. I'm having a complaint of the funds are allocated to our committees, the standing committees. We received less than $1 million to every committee, but our duties are more. I'm saying that because of that we have to do our oversight. And how will you do your oversight if you don't have funds? We have to attend international days. Like, for example, my committee have to go to Geneva every year to attend the World Health Assembly there. But if you check the expense of Geneva, it's already taking half of the money which is allocated to that committee. So I think with this, that it's high time that we should now start allocating more money to Parliament. We have 3 organs of the state. It is the judiciary, it is the executive, and then the legislatures. But it seems that legislatures are now underprivileged. We don't receive enough to do our job. So with this, I would like to ask the Speaker to allocate more money to the committees so that we can function. Yesterday it was mentioned that the National Planning Commission are the one to supervise the capital projects, but it is also our duty to visit those projects and to make sure that it is completed and to hear what happened there. So with this, I would like really to ask the allocation of funds to these legislatures to be more, add more. The other thing is about the human resource. Honorable members, the media, we are going out with committees to visit the regions, but you will find these things is not advertised or is not appearing at the media, social media or wherever. So it's because of that the human resources are not enough here at Parliament. So please, Honorable Deputy Speaker, hear us. We want to work and we want to contribute. We are here to evaluate, we want to develop communities as per our mandate as parliamentarians. So please hear us and do your job and make sure that we have enough enough staff when we are going out. The last one is the clinic. Honorable members, I was in Tanzania the 7th Parliament, and then I found there a very beautiful clinic which is equipped with dentists, optometrists, many other doctors were there at that clinic at Parliament. But now here at our Parliament, we will only find one nurse. This is really fair for us to have only one person there. So let's uplift this and make sure that we have also enough buildings to give these people so that they can function also. I think with these few words, I'm supporting the vote.
Opindi, you have the floor, Honorable.
When the Honorable Shirama, who just came from the floor, was talking about the clinic, you will be sorry to underestimate that truly she's just been unreasonable. Some of us were in the Committee on Defense and Security last sitting when Honorable Shuhwameni passed, sadly, because there was no help. So the clinic truly we must come up with a serious plan on the parliamentary clinic here. But I wanted to talk about Parliament as an institution. And we are probably going to talk about this until Jesus comes. As long as we don't have a Parliamentary Service Commission, we are going to keep talking and talking. Speaker Chitendero, may his soul rest in peace. People were talking about the Parliamentary Service Commission. The Honorable Benani sitting there as a senior member of the House has seen it go through trajectories of people calling for a Parliamentary Service Commission. And until you do, we risk becoming a kangaroo institution that has got no serious capability to run the affairs of really the process of lawmaking. And therefore, you'll find things like, if you look at the allocation of committee, for example, like the allocation, each committee, standing committee is given roughly about 800,000 for the year to carry out its operation. The extension of Parliament is being clipped. It's almost like clipping a bird so that it cannot fly. And yet, the committee service is actually the extension of parliamentary responsibility and constitutional assignment. So Why would we want to make Parliament ineffective and weak? The lawmaking chambers of our republic, the pillar, one of the three pillars of our genuine freedom and independence. It is not acceptable. And I would want to recommend that the Minister of Finance and the Speaker need to find each other here. We cannot sit in this Parliament, come here every day and just talk and talk and talk and achieve absolutely nothing. It's just not properly financed, finished. And we know that there are scarce resources, and we know that the Minister is looking at other, at the income, expenditure. And I've always said that, look, it lies in the fact that you're not able to create better revenue pots. Expenditure is increasing. And you will see the big allocation, but it's all going to salaries, literally. It's not even going to parliamentary operational framework, which we are actually elected here for. So we need to find each other, either now or during the midterm, so that more funds are marshaled towards committee services. In fact, when the Honorable Chingisiwa was talking about it, maybe she didn't really put it, brutally honest. This will clip. We just need to do one activity, and the operation of the committee services have come to an end. And therefore, with that, seriously, I feel that we can do good for Namibia, for the Namibian people, because we are the representative of the Namibian people elected. So, and that no one can take away from us. And for that, we need to do right by them by marshalling resources to Parliament. But let us bring that bill. Whoever is sitting on that bill is literally trying to disrespect the Namibian people. We need that bill, Parliamentary Service Commission. Thank you very much.
Honorable Lugato, my relative brother, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, my relative brother, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Whole House Committee, and also the honorable members. Good morning, and thank you very much for the platform. Yeah, I raised to contribute to vote 03, that's National Assembly. National Assembly is one of the three state organs, those including judicial and executive. So National Assembly is one of the highest organ of the state. So in order for the National Assembly to operate, it needs a better reasonable budget, because the role, the mandate of the National Assembly, in order to operate, there is three types of operations. The main one for the Parliament, we're talking about the internal operations. Then there is regional operation. Then the last one is international operations, where members of the Parliament operate to save the Namibian people through this important house. We are here to regulate laws. We are here to make sure that we pass laws, those who have been regulated from various three organs and other ministries of the state. So the MPs, they are servants of the people. When we are here, we've been sent by the masses of this Namibian, respected Namibian people, in order to save them. That we have to make sure that the laws which we've been affecting our people for the past decades, we have to root them out in order to repeal and amend those laws which can benefit the Namibian people. That's why I'm very serious that the budget of this state organ should be a reasonable one, because people like the sister countries and even other, they will start laughing at Namibian. Why the MPs cannot operating professionally? Because of there's no budget, there's no money. So that's why I put it very serious that the budget for the Parliament should be a reasonable one. Second point, I just want to say that, if the MPs are underpaid, then it's we can say that they cannot operate professionally. Last one, let me say, on behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP, with the powers vested on me, I support 100% the vote. Yes, I so submit. Yes.
The next MB is Honorable Itope.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Member. I rise to support the budget allocation to vote 3. The National Assembly is represented by Honorable Sarah Kugongerwa Amadira, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, this budget is about protecting and strengthening our democracy. The National Assembly derives its mandate from the Constitution of Namibia, and it plays a central role in lawmaking, oversight, and representing the people of Namibia. The previous financial year has shown that the National Assembly is committed to accountability and prudent financial management. Its budget effectively utilized. Dispute challenge, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The institution continues to function and deliver its constitutional responsibility. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, parliamentary committees remain the engine of this House. Through oversight, stakeholder consultation, and capacity building initiative, they ensure that government programs respond to the needs of our people. Supporting this budget means strengthening that oversight role and ensure improving service delivery. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we take note to reduction in the budget allocation. While this places pressure on operation, especially on the committee works, public outreach, and modernization, I also call on us to be more efficient and focus on our work. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, this budget prioritizes key areas such as strengthening legislative effectiveness, enhancing oversight, promoting transparency, and deepening public participation. These are essential to building the responsive and people-centered Parliament. In conclusion, Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, supporting vote 3 is an investment in good governance, accountability, and strengthening of our democracy institution. This vote is therefore supported, and I thank you.
Honorable Muton, you have the floor, sir.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Deputy Speaker, morning Prime Minister. So last year I raised the issue about the 5 million allocated for guardhouses, and I want to reiterate that concern once again, because we still have 5 million dedicated to building 2 guardhouses. The Shack Dwellers Federation can build 50 houses with that amount of money. I think the main thing that I want to address is not necessarily the guardhouses in itself. It is a systemic issue. The Honourable Prime Minister said on various times, and even the Deputy Speaker last year said that the procurement system is the problem because people overcharge government. Yesterday you made the analogy about the Coke costing $5, but they will charge $100 when it comes to government. The problem I see here is that it starts with the budget as well. If we budget for $100 Cokes, the people that are applying for the tender will apply for $100 Cokes. Meaning that if we say that this guardhouses construction will cost 5 million, the tenders that are going to come in will be 4,999,000. So essentially, we are also budgeting to accommodate the middlemen, because 2 guardhouses cannot cost 5 million. Unless it's high-tech, super, next-level guardhouses. So we need to understand that even when it comes to budgeting, and this might be to the Honourable Minister of Finance, when it comes to budgeting, we cannot put an unrealistic amount in the budget, because when those people come to tender, they see, oh, it's 5 million, I can profit 2.5 million out of this. And then the middleman comes and he subcontracts that whole project for 1.5 million and he pockets the rest. So the corruption or the possibility for corruption starts when we budget, not only in the tender process. So that's just something we must be cognizant about. And this is a clear example, and it happens in a lot of the other ministries as well. So when we budget, make sure that it's a cost the cost is properly estimated so that we can have these projects done appropriately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Muton. The next is Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. It's a pleasure to have you on your maiden presiding job that you are now undertaking. Here we wholeheartedly welcome you. I would like to start on this contribution on the vote 3, just to perhaps remind the honorable members with an analogy that government is like a 3-legged pot. Picture it like you are having a potjie outside on a Sunday. You have a 3-legged pot, but unfortunately one leg is halfway. It's broken. Now you are forced to put a brick there, yeah, just so the pot can balance. But then you have one of those naughty kids that time and time now and again they kick this brick away. Your potjie course is at stake. Yeah, this is how we are undercapacitating Parliament. We have executive fully capacitated, judiciary fully capacitated. Well, you can come through and give your argument. Well, you see, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole Housing Committee, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole Housing Committee, can I be protected? My time is going while a member is interrupting my contribution. Yeah. Can I be protected in that regard, please? Yeah. Well, thank you, Honorable Nekundi. Yeah. There is an argument, there is a debate that can go on and on, but the reality is that, yeah, say it again. The legislative organ is undercapacitated compared to the rest. Yes. That is not debatable. We all know that. And of course, I would want to perhaps appreciate that there is now an effort to change the structure in Parliament. That is underway and it's under discussion. We would want really to have more researchers. And I speak on capacitation also, on the executive. When we ask questions, you can see the executive, the ministers are ready to answer questions. They come well researched, they consult. For us, we run around and see how we can ask questions. we do not have personal assistants. This is the undercapacitation that I'm speaking of. Legal drafters is another. And. The list goes on. And I would like to also mention on the page 58 of the income and expenditure book, the Hansard. As much as we want to pay 3.5 for this Hansard time and time, it's a struggle just to get 3.5 million. It's a struggle to get information of what the member had said. It will take time and time. Is this really value for money with regards to this amount that we pay? And then also on the same account, we have 100,000 for training and the workshops. You see the undercapacitation that we are talking about here. Where are these figures adding up to? Safety is another, regarding to the guardhouses and all. The delay in these projects is what makes these projects also questionable. Because we do not execute, then we need to ask now, what is this figure for? Because we don't see anything on the ground. Back and forth now and then we go back. Now, oversight duties are definitely undermined here for that of Parliament, and these organs are not at par with judiciary and executive, as I stated. I would also want to appreciate and seek for the support of the members through the committees, because Public Account is hosting Satco Park this year. That is also catered for in the budget. And that is part of this that we also support with that. That is part of capacitating also these committee services. And on top of that, we also stand to get a Parliamentary Budget Office conference that will also take place this year also, that will capacitate the Budget Committee to ensure that we do our work on the sides of committee of that budget properly. So we can also sit well with the Minister of Finance, and we can discuss all these budget allocations to the T. So on that note, I thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Kalangula, I think there shouldn't be any debate with regard to the capacity. Am I allowed to make a comment? Yeah. Yeah. There shouldn't be any debate when May I rely on your magnanimity in terms of allowing us to, in a very decent, mature manner, conduct our business of the day. That would be my appeal. If you are finding difficulties with that approach, then I would suggest that we subject ourselves to self-introspection in terms of why we are here. Good? What I wanted to say was that there shouldn't be any debate when it comes to sufficiently empowering the legislative arm of the government so that we can function properly. I think I opine that we should be ready to accept and appreciate that reality. Then we can move forward as a team responsible to take this nation to the next level. The next person is Honorable Venani.
Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I said I'm a believer of institution. The reason why I came for the second time is that the purpose of this House is to deliberate, make laws, and also advise the President on a number of matters. But motions that are adopted, and Prime Minister, you are your office is the culprit over the years. Motions that are adopted in this House go and gather dust. They are not acted upon at all. And we need to create probably a parliamentary dashboard where we say a motion that has passed the House, how is government doing anything about it? Because I brought a number of motions here, and I'm speaking of experience. The motion of Mashindaga was speaking of property rights in the rural areas. That motion was adopted. We spent money. People went to Singapore. They went to South America. We adopted it. Up to now, government has not acted on it. So I think, as a Deputy Speaker, through the Deputy Chair, let's do something correct about. There's no purpose of Member of Parliament being elected, bring a motion adopted by the House, and nobody does anything about it. On sanitation, it's a number of motions that are just gathering dust without action. That's one. Two, the researchers' issues have been really being ventilated. The Parliamentary Service Commission, I agree with my dear brother, Dr. Pindi. On this matter, and I speak with authority, I do not know why, and both sides must listen to me. I do not know why the ruling party has a problem. Or is it a political japping? Why you have a problem for a person to call him or herself a shadow minister? That's a standard, a Commonwealth practice. It is a given. No, they shouldn't get angry. Listen. Sit down. You see, please sit down. No, please sit down. Sit down. I want to, after this, just sit down. Yeah. It is, but I ask a sisterly to sit down. Honorable, so I think it looks very bad outside there, as if we are anti-institutions that we have created. Again, the chief whip of the official opposition must take also notes. This is what you are also... before you ask me, I want to lend this one. You see, there is something wrong that the opposition is also doing. You are doing it wrongly, they are also doing it wrongly. The official opposition. The reason why a leader of the official opposition sits here. I have a right to speak. I'm talking about institutions. I have a right to speak. I have a right to speak. No, I'm talking about the institution. The institution of the official opposition is not your party. I'm talking about the reason why. The reason why a leader of I'm talking about something, the institution of the leader of the official opposition. That's not your party. It's the institution. Hey, listen. Okay. The reason why a leader of the official opposition sits opposite the Prime Minister, in the Commonwealth parliamentary system, he is the shadow Prime Minister. Now, sometimes when we are creating institutions the way we want, you can't create an institution where a Prime Minister will start saying, I can create a government and the Deputy Speaker is now the Prime Minister. It's institutions that must be preserved. The same way that I'm protecting the official opposition to be respected by the governing party. It's the same way that you must also respect the institution of the official opposition. It goes without saying. And I speak with authority because I have experience. My party is the longest serving party for the last 23 years. Just sit down. You cannot lecture me on politics, especially you. That's reality. We must respect the institution, and I will always defend my young brother here. I want his institution to be respected. All of you must respect it. They must also respect it. That's the institution.
Thank you.
I'm a man of institution.
Thank you, Honorable Venani. Thank you. He's done. But he's not on the floor. Yeah. Hello, Honorable Nekundi. Honorable Venani has concluded his debate. Maybe he will come again. Yeah. Now, Honorable Thomas, my bishop.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yesterday I said there
Stop
is
your
no
time.
fighting anymore
Stop the
in
time
the parliament.
because I want to say something.
So
Stop the time.
let's keep quiet now. Let's listen to each other.
Stop the time.
Let us not fight. We are not
Stop
going
the
to
time.
do anything.
Stop the
Thank you
time.
very much.
Honorable Thomas, can you please take your seat?
Yes.
Can you take your seat, please? Yeah. Honorable members at both sides of the political spectrum, we must be able to control our emotions. If an honorable member is on the floor, it means that we must be able to accord him the cordiality that you would expect to receive. I will mention people that I, in my opinion, has regarded in this situation that was about to unfold next time. But please be able to sustain your emotional intelligence. Don't get overwhelmed by the edge to just come out. Accord the person on the floor the opportunity to conclude what he or she is saying, and then you have the standing to raise your hand so that you can say what you want to say. That was what I thought I needed to intervene. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee. The members of Parliament, good morning. I think maybe, okay, no, let me leave that point. Okay, let me go to the point now. I just want to speak on the position of the institutions called Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. Looking into how the Parliament perceive the members of Parliament outside where they live, one can say it is a little bit problematic. The institution, I know that it received the, I can call it under-budgeted. It's also a problematic, because this institution has got a huge administration to overcome. I just want to speak on the side of the accommodation of the members of Parliament in this Republic of Namibia. It's very terrible. Yet the institution want the members of public to perform, to assist the government. Last time I mentioned, I said members of Parliament, they are not well equipped in terms of accommodations. If you look at where the members of Parliament are coming from, who are living, it's very threatened, life threatened. Imagine a member of Parliament to take a cab from home to the Parliament. Tango, member of Parliament. Yango, huh? Yango. Yeah, Yango. Yango. Okay. Yango. I advise the Minister of Finance to look into the accommodation of Member of Parliament. This will also assist to accumulate funds in the coffer of these institutions. If you have got a equipped house to a member of parliament, and the 7,000 or the 10,000 the member of parliament is paying there is coming to the coffers of the institution, the parliament will start moving, at least, I cannot say it so fast, but well, maybe the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to look into that. And I know I have traveled there and I schooled in Germany. I have seen also the Member of Parliament, how they are lived. But they support the institution of the Parliament where they work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hengari. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I think when we were growing up, perhaps sometime around our times in high school, there was this book written by Shakespeare, King Lear, and he talks about the illegitimate child of Gloucester. The illegitimate child of Gloucester. So illegitimate at the time was when a child is born out of
wedlock.
Yes. So basically, he said another word that I don't want to.
And we don't want to hear that word.
Yes. Well, the Greeks and so forth used to use those words. But I think Parliament, as compared to the other two organs of state, you would really agree when we say Parliament is the illegitimate child of Gloucester that Shakespeare talks about in King Lear. I want to talk about the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Political Office Bearers Commission. One of the things that have always hampered the effective functioning of this House is the fact that, one, Parliament as a state organ is unable, in the first place, is unable because of a lack of a body to seek for talent or scout for talent, employ on the basis of meritocracy. So what usually happens is that over the years, you would see that even some of the senior members that are attached to the parliamentary standing committees, senior clerks, very, very old and senior people who are nearing retirement, is that those guys came from public service. They come straight from, whether it's the office of the Prime Minister or some ministry, and then once they near retirement, they are sent to Parliament as though Parliament is some retirement home. This is why we don't function. It's not that we don't have money. I don't agree that there's not enough money. I think that Parliament itself as an institution is not effective in one, that we're not able to, first of all, scout for talent, have actually a basis on which we appoint individuals to different roles. My president spoke about having 2 researchers. In fact, those guys are not even researchers. They are called policy analysts at this parliament. We don't have researchers in this parliament. I mean, since I became a member of parliament anyways in 2020. So we've not had a properly constituted staff complement of this institution. So I wanted to find out, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this conversation about Parliamentary Service Commission is even older than I am. Probably even older than I am. Everyone has said it. People have come and gone. People have been members of this House have come and gone. Some of them are now in retirement. When are we finally going to see this Public Service Commission? The Political Office Bearers Commission. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, perhaps if you wish to assist the Honorable Deputy Speaker, since the Speaker is not here, but I'm fully confident in his ability to respond. The Political Office Bearers Commission has everything to do with those of us who serve as political office bearers. It has how many members, staff members? Less than 15. In fact, I've always wondered, I actually am of the conviction that members of parliament cannot come here to this house and talk about their benefits. It is so degrading, actually. We are actually put in the line of fire from, for public scrutiny. It's not supposed to be the same way. I mean, can you imagine a member of parliament coming here talking about, you know, if you go to the bank, you'll be regarded as politically exposed, you can't qualify for house, those things. I really do not agree with that. This commission is actually supposed to take care of those issues. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when is Kuleni going to come to members of this House to explain to them what is going on, what is owed to them, number one? What are they entitled to, number two? When are we going to actually have a political office bearers commission that has proper consultation with members of parliament? Other than the engagement that we had in Swakopmund, and the conversations that have been happening, of course, through the office of the Prime Minister, I don't think those conversations have taken place with ordinary members of parliament, like the rest of us who are not ministers and deputy ministers. So I think those conversations must happen at some point. But we can't keep complaining about the same things over and over again. Over and over again. I submit. I support the budget book.
Honorable Kankulu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Before I get to my point, I only wanted to remind the other side, the like of Honorable Emmas, on what Honorable Venani have indicated. Let us accept the reality. There is no way that we as shadow ministers, the like of Honorable Nekunde and Honorable James, they have accepted that yes, shadow, you should just accept. Fifth, otherwise, come 2029, you might also be a shadow minister. Now we'll be a full minister in that regard. Let me get to my point. I hope you are not agitated, but I wanted to, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, I wanted to emphasize on the training that Honorable Kalangula have indicated.
Hi. Please. Oh.
100.
Minister.
After.
Minister. Oh.
Deputy, my concern is with the 100,000 that is earmarked for training. Knowing that the training is improving, even service delivery. Only when we have quality through training that we can be able to improve human capital as one of the economical values of work skills and development. Henceforth, I also then wanted to see if possibility that that particular allocation can be reconsidered and at least more resources to training can be earmarked. Furthermore, I wanted to also get to the utilities, just for our own understanding, my own understanding. This document are coming to us just in a week or so, but we are reading about utilities in terms of this particular vote. That is page 56. Utility with 10,000, 10 million, basically about 11 million. And you have other services and expenses that is also 10. What are the different, Honorable Chairperson? What is the difference, if perhaps I can be able to make understood the difference between utilities and other services? What form up utilities and what form up other services? Just that we can be able to make informed contribution. And yesterday, Honorable Almas asked about the government organization, the budget of 185. What are those government organizations under National Assembly? Can I also be perhaps updated in that so that we can inform our contribution in line with the understanding? Thank you very much and submit.
Honorable Kangulu. The next is Honorable Haindaka.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I arise to support vote 3 of the National Assembly. Senior.
You didn't hear that.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm privileged the day that I came here at the National Assembly. I came to learn that there's a facility or we have a clinic. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would want to support that we should have a one-stop center here at the National Assembly. So what I'm trying to say of having a one-stop center, it's a facility that have a medical doctor, a facility that have a psychologist, a facility that have a registered nurse, enrolled nurse, and many other all stakeholders that are needed in the health field. Many of us here as members of parliament, sometimes you might think you are ill, which might not be the case. It might be maybe you are going through certain situations. For instance, when you are going through a divorce, you might think that you are ill, while you need a psychosocial support, either to speak to a social worker. If we could have a social work here at the National Assembly, it might even assist in a situation some members of parliament, I'm not referring to any member, might be in a dilemma of financial problem. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I support the vote 3. However, we need a one-stop center here at the National Assembly. Especially psychologists, social workers, to come and assist the members of parliament and the staff of the National Assembly. Lastly, I'm left with 2 minutes. Lastly, I want to, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Mine is very short, like James. Your questions are always short. What do you mean? No, I just want to, I want to ask my relative sister, Honorable Haindaka, Honorable Haindaka, through the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Are we perhaps not creating this perception that members of parliament are special and therefore they deserve all this special treatment through this clinic? And it speaks directly to what the Minister of Health, I guess, has been trying to do, especially with these CMAs moving us back to public health facilities. Are we perhaps not creating this impression that there must be special treatment for members of parliament, while there is a health directive that says that senior government officials, including members of parliament, must now go to public health facilities to receive health services? So I just want to understand that from my relative sister, Honorable Haindaka, through you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Comrade. Honorable Deputy Chair. I want also to contribute on, especially on the administrative part. I think, almost 3 weeks here. Honorable Senior Venani would agree with me. Up to now, I think all of us, 96 members elected, we're supposed to have the same privilege. The moment you enter National Assembly, Up to now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I do not have a parking. Up to now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I do not have an office. Now, how am I expected to work now, to contribute as a member of the National Assembly? However, I do support vote 3. And lastly, induction. Also, I need induction. Up to now, I don't know what is happening. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable, who's it, Mvula? Mvula, yeah, please.
Okay.
One of the very quiet but respectful members of the Assembly I have observed.
All right, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I have two quick ones. Actually, one is really just first one is really just to say that I'm in full support of the call for some movement, concise movement really, when it comes to the creation or the establishment of the Parliamentary Service Commission. And then my second one is that there was a submission, although informally perhaps, that there is a segment of our population that eagerly want to follow parliamentary sessions, and that is the hearing impaired people of our society. There was then this informal submission to the Parliamentary Secretariat to seek and secure the services of a sign language interpreter, so that this segment of our population can also keep up with the debates and deliberations of various kind in Parliament. So I hope that under support services allocation, the 385,000 can actually be topped up through the verimenting of funds from the 35 million or anywhere else, so that we have this in place as soon as possible. I still submit, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, person is Mulunga? Yes. Honorable Mulunga. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we stood in this House last year, and I vividly remember very well, during the same budget debate where we spoke about the Parliament Garden. When I was growing up, we used to come a lot to the Parliament Garden. We admired it so much. I remember coming to the Parliament Garden with so many weddings, and we took beautiful pictures in that Parliament Garden, because it is one of the most historic sites, beautiful sites that we have in Windhoek. We spoke at length about pleading to have the gardens renovated, to have the gardens opened. Sometimes you walk out of this Parliament and you stand there, and there are barricades on that Parliament Garden, and there are tourists that are standing there and taking pictures from the barricades. A sight that doesn't really look well, and doesn't sit very well with us as lawmakers and legislators, especially that we spoke about this issue during the last debate. And a whole year has gone by, nothing has happened to that Parliament Garden. And I see a budget again on page 456, under maintenance expense. We had budgeted last year 12 million, we are budgeting again almost 8.6 million, and nothing is happening to that garden. It is my plea once again to the Honorable Deputy Speaker that we seriously look into the issue of the Parliament Garden. that we have it fixed so that the Namibian people can have access to the Parliament garden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next honorable member is Honorable Ita, HN.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. There is a well-known saying in management that doing the same thing over and over while expecting different results is the definition of ineffectiveness. I don't want to use that word. So unfortunately, this is what we are witnessing in relation to the persistent institutional challenges facing our parliament. For years, issues such as establishment of a full functional Parliamentary Service Commission, improve access to research capacity, professional legislative drafter, adequate library services, and even basic facility like a parliament clinic have been repeatedly and identified. Yet, despite continuous acknowledgement, implementation has remained slow. I rather say slow or is absent. So today we repeat mentioning the same issue. Honorable members, Parliament is mere an administrative extension of the executive. It is an independent arm of the state, equally in constitutional standing to judiciary. However, in practice, it continues to be treated as a subordinate, particularly in terms of its institutional capacity, resource, and many others. The absence or underdevelopment of robust Parliamentary Service Commission that many of my colleagues mentioned today, and this have been mentioned over and over. And if we believe as Parliament that establishment of Parliamentary Service Commission is the one that will solve problem, so why are we not implementing or establish that commission? This undermines the efficiency, independence, and the professionalism of this House. So this body is critical to addressing many of the recurring challenges we face, including strengthening internal administrations, supporting members with research and the drafting services, and ensuring Parliament operates effectively as a lawmaking and oversight institution. But looking at this budget, the challenges that we are mentioning here, they are not included in our budget. Finally, honorable members, I submit that the current national budget must make clearly provision for the full establishment and functioning of the Parliamentary Service Commission without adequate financial commitments. This reform will remain aspirations rather than reality. So in conclusion, Honorable Speaker or Deputy Speaker and members of Parliament, in conclusion, if we are serious about strengthening democracy, accountability, and effective lawmaking, we must move beyond repeating discussions and take decisive action to capacitate these institutions. I thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I stand to support this vote for our operations of our office. August House, National Assembly, and I support with all other additions, proposals given by those that spoke before me. However, I want to speak about the physical security, the securities of members of parliament. We are here in this August House passing or making laws, doing oversights, questioning institutions, questioning practices, and even raising critical issues that at times disturbs the comforts of some people, benefits of some people, and at times it comes with fear within ourselves. We have seen of late barbaric actions done against traditional leaders who were murdered while executing their duties. The question comes, where is the safety and security of an ordinary MP? Because our residents are at risk. For the executives, their houses are guarded on a full-time basis. But for an ordinary MP, there's nothing. We are on our own. So this issue is very critical to the operation of an ordinary MP. The fear of intimidating other people while executing my mandates. Therefore, this is a very, very urgent issue, and I just hope that it will be taken seriously, being fixed somewhere in the budget, that we deserve security while we are occupying these positions. With that, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Amutenya. The next is Honorable Kurare. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Did you ask for the floor?
Yes,
Oh.
I thought I'm behind the others.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Deputy Chair of the All House, can I get the notes? Just a quick one. Yaro? Just a quick one, because it is just to, we have clearly taken note of a lot of the issues raised, but it is more on the aspect of the clinic and the conditions of service vis-a-vis what public political office bearers commission has proposed. So I thought I should rise to contribute to this vote by providing just some important issues raised during the discussion. As it relates to Kuleni and POBC to be engaged by Parliament, that will be organized. And motions passed by the August House and those that hitherto have not been eventuated, I just wanted to say, and maybe with the guidance of the Deputy Chair of the All House Committee, and maybe on the lighter note with also honorable members, I hope as we commit to want to work together on this matter, it would not be construed as not respecting the separation of power. Because you remember it has been said that this is executive and this is legislature. I hope that honorable members we are all aligned to the fact that despite the various branches that we serve for delivery of service to all. And therefore, if one of the branch is inhibited in one way or the other, just like I think somebody said, it's a three-legged pot. And if that three-legged pot is not well balanced, whatever is cooked within might not be able to bring finality to the delicacy that is contained in that pot. So therefore, I'm making this point that this is a very critical issue. If there is a resolution passed in this August House, and that resolution is to be implemented by the executive, for instance, that when we do come in, it should not be construed as somehow we are undermining one of the legs of that pot. So therefore, Honorable Member, I'm just saying this to commit that from here on forward, and building on the mantra, revolutionary mantra of Her Excellency, business unusual, that let's work on this matter together to ensure that the three legs are supporting that port, which is the Republic of Namibia, without necessarily saying that we are perhaps infringing on one another. So that is fully to agree that we should work together. Lastly is to inform the August House that the POBC is in the process of having the adjustments to POB, that's now political office bearers, benefits to be gazetted. And improvements will be noted on basic salaries, GRN contributions to pension, housing allowance and transport allowance, and the details on the percentages will be contained in the gazette. And that gazette is on an advanced stage.
Pipeline.
It's too far.
No, I wouldn't call it pipeline because pipeline is insulated to not be seen what is inside. Yeah, and Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, this is the commitment. That is why I like it when Honorable Member said this is our vote. Yes, and therefore we speak, and the same as what you have said, whatever needs to be corrected, let's correct it. And as it pertains to the clinic, yes, I think it is, nobody is going to dispute that. But of course, it must be a government clinic, not a private one. And so as we have discussed, that as of April, we should see how we strengthen and capacitate the public health sector, and so too for members of the legislature. And finally is to speak to the public out there that when we are contemplating improvement in the maybe the benefits of members of parliament, etc., it should not be perceived as if members of parliament are looking after themselves exclusively. But it is to say that they ought to be capacitated so that they are able to serve the best interests of Namibians, all 14 regions and 121 constituencies. So I so submit, Honorable.
I have on your behalf indulged the intervention of our Right Honorable Prime Minister, because I want to believe that we all agreed that the immediate feedback in terms of rendering feedback is welcome. Thank you. The next person is Nifikwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I would like also to contribute to the vote, vote 3, and I would like to tackle more on the Parliamentary Committee service. Yeah. Okay. I want to tackle the effectiveness of the parliamentary oversight. I want us to ask ourselves if we are really doing an effective job. We go to the regions every year. We have this budget. We go to the regions to observe how the money that we allocated in this chamber is being utilized. But we come back with reports only. Last year, we went to the regions. We came back with wonderful reports. Some of them were tabled in this chamber. But if I ask today how many recommendations were implemented, I don't think I'll get much of the answer in that.
Zero.
So we observed a lot there. We observed capital projects being abandoned. We observed bad workmanship, poor workmanship. We observed a lot. We come back with a report. Nothing is being done to date. We are ready again this year with this budget to go back to the regions to do the same thing and come back with the same report that will overlap in the next administration, perhaps.
We are running in circles.
Are we being effective with this budget? Do we really need it if there is nothing that is being done to make sure that this allocated fund for oversight is really being utilized for the purpose? I learned that in the previous term, certain members of parliament were taken to court for doing their job, for summoning certain officials who were believed to misuse the public funds. So I therefore suggest that we also have a division or an allocation for legal fund so that we are protected, because I feel that this parliament doesn't have much to do. And the public knows that we don't have much say. We go there, they're even tired of us now. We go there, we observe, we talk, and then we come back, we sit, and then next year we go back again with wonderful reports. So I therefore want us to really work on our effectiveness and make sure that this budget for oversight is really making an impact. Thank you.
I almost said Commissar.
Thank you, Comrade.
You can call me Comrade. No
Deputy Honorable Deputy Chairman of the All House Committee. In actual fact, what I wanted to contribute or to speak about was, I think, eloquently covered by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. It's about the POBC. But there will be an engagement arranged, so I don't think I should proceed with relaying what I had wanted to. If you can just forgive me to say, I think all those information will be conveyed to you during that session when it's eventually takes place. Comrade, but I support this vote. Thank you.
Commissar, short and sweet. Honorable Sifeta.
Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I wanted to make concrete proposal on what I have said and what many have said here, because maybe our rhetorics are not touching and the arts of rhetoric we use maybe. I see the bills when they come here, as I said, this is the primary lawmaking stage of the bill, of law making. Now, most of the times, maybe because we lack experts, we allow this bill just to pass through. And I want to give an example. There are certain statutes that contain provisions that are inconsistent with the Constitution. And some of them, of course, when they meet the test in court, they are declared nullity. Those provisions are declared nullity. There are still some, and there are many, contain those provisions. They are inconsistent with the Constitution. Now, in order to prevent that to continue and have all this time when they are challenged, these provisions are challenged, but this challenge can only be when there's a court case brought before the court and somebody challenged that this person, this person is, is in fact faced this unconstitutional provision of the Act, of the statute, therefore it should be declared nullity. And the court will do that if it's found to be, or deemed to be. Now, I propose that apart from doing skill auditing and make sure that we have skilled personnel here, we should ensure that bills, when they come here, they are referred to the constitutional and legal affairs and petitions committee. And that committee should be resourced so that, and as I said, the process will be easier to pass it here because we will have a consensus. And we pass that and we scrutinize that. Because the examination of that bill is done, particularly is done here. It's done by this committee, by this parliament, so that we don't pass laws and those laws eventually it's found that they are inconsistent with the Constitution or with other laws in the country. So I want to give an example. There was a case recently, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair. Oh, sorry. So there was a case recently. Sometimes I think it was 20. I don't know whether anyone can recall that case. It was a very case that protracted. That court case protracted from 2019. Okay, please. I understand. Can I be protected?
Yeah, you are.
Can the chair just be lenient to me to protect me?
You are.
So that case, and I want members to listen to this. It was a very classical case. That case came and it prohibited the court, the Supreme Court, 2022, I think. The Supreme Court nullified certain provisions of the prohibition of class action lawsuit. And it was found inconsistent with it. And it's just recently. And there are so many of them that eventually found to be inconsistent. Therefore, I really propose once again that bills should be referred to relevant committees so that we scrutinize, we examine, but provided that we have employed experts to assist and support those committees.
Once we are
Thank
done
you very much.
Is it in order? Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Sifeta. The next person, I think, hopefully the last one, is Honorable Kumbwa, my neighbor in the island there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the Holders Committee. Yeah, in fact, during the financial year 2024-2025, I I stood up in this house where I totally rejected this vote on that previous allocation. But then, today, also in the absence of the Parliamentary Service Commission, I wanted to ask this question, which probably partially have an answer navigated by the Honorable Right Prime Minister. So now my final question, which is very little, is since the Parliamentary Service Commission is overdue, and I'm of opinion that not one in this house is happy with the service that is provided by this vote to the MPs. Not one is happy. Despite that, effort is already made by the Honorable Prime Minister on what he noted, which guarantees us to see whether there will be improvements. But then, in the case of people are not happy and people are tired of waiting for the required benefits because as it touches their livelihood and so on, what will be the stand of a head of government will be if people are not happy and reject this vote in and out in future? Will the head of government stand to support the MPs or not? But I see effort from the Honorable Prime Minister, as earlier alluded. It's a good move. I can see improvement compared to last year's debate on the same vote. For that matter, I rather have to support the vote. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I am begging your indulgence that we go on a health break now and come back within 20 minutes. If we go now, it's 10 to 12. We could reconvene by 10 past 12. Are we in concurrence? Sorry? Should we pass it without him responding? Sorry? Yeah, you can sit down. So you want the vote to be, the discussions to be had before the tea break? You don't think of the need for a health break? Huh? Okay. I will indulge you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. In the hot seat, I don't need to use all 15, but I have close to 18, 20 members that have responded. Maybe, I think, as a general, I think conditions of service are not for the House. And I think Prime Minister has assisted, dealt with in terms of conditions. Securities, how you are viewed, those ones. But when it comes to the House, let me start with the general that asked specific questions from the book. Okay. Thank you. I thought it's a serious vote. I will not laugh, but I was told it's a nice suit, but that comment makes it me never to wear it again. But yeah, they are saying it's IPC, so, but yeah, blue is blue, isn't it? Even our flag has got blue. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Kangulu, the utilities, 10 million, and I think you asked other services, 10 million and 185. Utilities under vote 24 refers to the software license, water and sewerage, MTC subscription and telephone. All that bundled together are budgeted for 10 million. Other services includes now training and workshop, refreshments, members' entertainment, and the Hansat are all bundled there, giving a total figure of 10 million. As I said, Honorable Venani last time on standing rules was asking the Speaker, is there not anything that you can do for us? I think going forward, maybe we'll think about it and I will convey the message. I just wanted to say. Now, Honorable Moton said something, I think, that was in relation to guard houses and cost comparisons. And you see, that's why I made the intervention yesterday. Even the figures on which we are building, let me take a real life example, the stadiums. The stadiums. Let's leave the others. Let's talk about us at administration. When you hear of the figure, that where it started and where it's about to go, and then you hear of RCC and who is going to build, where was the cost analysis being done in terms of the queries, the quantity surveying report, whether the quantity surveyor studied at UNAM or University of Cape Town or Pretoria or even America, the total number of material needed to construct that particular will remain intact, isn't it? It becomes artificial in terms of land and so. So that's one thing, aid administration going forward. Just go and do a critical analysis as to the stadiums. Where do we get the figure and how come the figure is differing? If yesterday when we started we say we have this figure and therefore the figure. I think I just wanted to have a real-time intervention, but most importantly to say you are correct in terms of the figure. The process also that we entail also allow for, I don't know what is the English word, I'm trying to look for the English word when in soccer they will say match fixing, but for the conniving of figures. And that's why you see whenever you advertise or call for proposals, you will have a range and you will have close to 100% of all the people within that range in terms of the qualifying amount. So then the library, I think it's true, there was understaff. As of now, we have appointed, the director has started, I think less than a month, and also a deputy director. But since you are also a member, we can maybe just coordinate with the ideas how to improve the services there, and we are available to that to improve. General also asked, I think I skip one thing, 185. You talk about 185, 260. Isn't it? If I recall, 185, 250 is actually Honorable Venani's money, or the money Honorable Venani talked about, political funding. It's the one. I think they just give it a different heading, government organizations, but even if you look at the motivation done by the Speaker, the largest allocation to this vote comprises of political funding to an amount of 185,260,000. It's exactly that same figure. So they just put it under a different heading there. Now, Honorable Venani, with regard to your question of political funding, I think you have answered yourself. It's not a matter of the House, it's a matter of the legislation. So come together, talk, and bring steps. Whoever, I don't know, is it the Minister of Finance or Prime Minister, I don't know how the bill was, that political funding was introduced as a legislative measure, but just convey and let's follow the same process. If we need to waive or amend certain provisions, I think that is more a legal legislative matter other than an operational matter. Because to do not what the law requires, you will be in breach, notwithstanding the need that is there. So as lawmakers, I think we are the first people that should be able at least to see to do the right thing. Private, I think the Committee of Budget, Budget Committee, it's true, but Honorable Shafuda was praised by you and me and all others, even the press, that this was a budget of honesty in terms of mitigating the reality vis-a-vis what we can afford, if I have to preface. And we are saying out of the 800, we'll follow the same process that we have done. If every committee goes back and see, you will see you have crossed the 800. But within the available resources, that's the understanding that we have. And there was a lot of outcry last year. Committee funding, there was the salaries, there was everything. So how do you, Sangwasa asked, have you read the book, How to Eat a Big Elephant? And we thought, where do we start? That's why we started somewhere to improve the conditions of services. That's why they are not included in this, but the figure is known, and it should technically have become our figure. So going forward, whatever allocations in terms of what the Prime Minister improvement is going, will be part of that. But that is the consideration, that in as much as we got the same figure that we got, there is that pipeline, or I don't know what is the word, but there is that exercise that instead of just putting, not to say your concerns has not been heard, but we said, where do we start? And then we look at the basic conditions in terms of salaries, and that is a determined, and I think I can maybe half reliably tell you, it's not what we expected, but it's a double figure increment towards trying to mitigate the shortfall that are there. With regard, and then there was a lot centralized around the Public Service Commission, the Political Office Service Bureau. There is an exercise now about the honogram. It's true, Honorable Ina was right, there are no researchers. I think there are policy analysts that act as researchers. But by and large, the staff complement as designed when the assembly was 72 and when it reached 96, with the complexity that is there and the changes that has taken place, the staff has not been realigned accordingly. There are two issues. To finish off this matter, we have talked last year, and I think Honorable Mulunga, thank you very much, about maintenance. It's true, but you will also realize that the roof was leaking heavily. Not something that we expected. We wanted to deal ad hocly. The advice was to say, look, since the building itself is old, the best way is to replace the whole roof, which we have done. The matter of the maintenance, I think from now, but let me tell you also, after finishing the roof, I also on the stairs when you go to our offices, I found a leakage. I was informed it's something else. What we have replaced is the roof, but the racking or something is not replaced. But I'm sure the majority core consumption of the vote of maintenance was the roof. Going forward, I'm sure an attempt will be there. But that was the original attempt, but the need of the roof became more paramount than the one of the garden. Now, on the one, just to conclude, honorable members, they say, if somebody fools you once, it is his problem, it's his character. If he fools you twice, it becomes your problem, you are allowing it. If the Public Service Commission bill is a problem, honorable members, we are sitting together in standing rules. Terera Manga, serious. If we don't, from Speaker's side, bring the bill, let's agree here. The next standing committee, the draft, Because that bill is your bill, it's you and my bill. How does the bill come and tabled and you are not aware what is in the bill? So the first discussion is to say, where is the draft? What does it contain? How do we do it? So I commit myself to say, as of now, the draft is somewhere. You understand? But let's set a date in standing rules, because that bill is our bill. Then we say in the next standing rules, that is an agenda item. And I'm also saying 2 hours is not enough for that particular bill, because it creates a structural change of understanding in terms of the institution of the House. And this is not something new. That's why you see we started with number plates. At least now we have got LNA, LNN, LNC. Even the judiciary, to indicate that it's a separate arm, they even went to get GOD. Okay. So, honorable members, all I was saying is it's paramount and it's true, but as members of parliament, our center of engagement is the standing rules. If the Judicial Service Commission is the answer to all our bottlenecks in terms of enhancing efficiency, let's commit ourselves. If I don't bring it, as I say, standing rules, you have got the obligation also to implore me to say, even now it's better. You cannot go to Speaker. Speaker might tell you that, no, I was not the man who was answering his deputy. But I commit myself to say, I'm going to find a draft. If a member is interested, we are going to share a draft. Let's agree together, which is the most possible date to discuss that matter, so that that thing can be put and laid upon the table. Oh, offices? Yeah, no, offices, there is a detail. We have made an attempt. We did not fail by not trying, but you know that we failed by trying. We wanted to purchase a building. Honorable Shafuta gave us 30 million. When we went, the building was off. I have yesterday, if you go out of here, on your way to Ministry of Land and Resettlement, there is a building there. Opposite, yeah, close to Land and Resettlement, there is a building, and that's one of the options that I spoke to Speaker to say, can't we not use and try and utilize that building? Offline, we can talk, but the building is there. If you don't believe, you can just take Robert Mugabe Avenue before you get the headquarters of agriculture, of lands. Yeah. No, not at the corner. That's it. Thank you. So that's one possibility that came to my mind, and I've implored with the Speaker to see who's the relevant institution or office so that we see we can. But we are working. We wanted to park, not financial terms, the 30 million. Honorable Shabuda says you cannot park that money into a suspense account if there is no commitment. But I'm sure by virtue of that, we could not reserve that money. But I think the intention is there, that once there is something, and also we need to work on the bureaucracy of our processes. The building that we went to get, or any building that government wants to buy, the only one that we are lucky is the one that was taken up by the other agency. Because our procurement says the Surveyor General must also have a valuation on that building. Now, the next building that we got, the shortfall was 6 million. 7 million. That was the shortfall between the budget that we had, the budget and what the Surveyor General as the authentic person that evaluates government properties. So that mitigating process, we could not reach conclusion, but within that process, that's where the building also got other buyers, and then the deal fell off. But as I said, for going on, there is that commitment of that money, but there is also that avenue of that building. But we are working on it in order to get, and we have taken note that it's a serious constraint, but I'm also saying the processes that is embedded in terms to be legally sound also hamper certain speed as required in terms of addressing this matter. Thank you very much, honorable members, and thank you for supporting your own vote.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Katamelo, for your very explicit responses on the issues that were raised. And I must also at the same time, once again, thank our Right Honorable Prime Minister for his timely intervention. Any objections? None. So agreed. Can we now break? A health break for, what is the time now? It's 20 minutes, 25 past 12 we are here. Yeah.
to assist.
The next vote to be deliberated on is the vote 28, Electoral Commission of Namibia. Any discussions? Huh? Any discussions? I see Honorable Chief Whip of Affirmative Repossession, Hangula. You are the
Yes.
Chief Whip. Ne?
Thank you very much, Honorable Government Chief Whip, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. This vote on the electoral the ECN is very, very, very important. The Electoral Commission of Namibia, thank you, Honorable Karupu. It's very, very important because, you see, we have on the floor of this National Assembly a motion on the unification of our elections, both the presidential and National Assembly and those of the local authorities and regional councils. Now, even before we posted that motion on the floor, the ECN itself, after the ECN itself within its report, also as one of their recommendations, recommended that we harmonize the elections. And I think this is long in coming. All we have to do as a parliament, both National Assembly and National Council, is for us to see the modalities of how we are going to do this. I don't think anybody essentially disagrees with the fact that we need to have one election in this country, even if it's split over 2 days, as long as we have it once. Now, what is important is that we need to make sure that we adequately empower the ECN in order for them to, number one, prepare for such an eventuality, which is my hope and dream that we will be able to do it in the next elections. And number two, also as an institution, to make sure that they are well-resourced. They have the necessary technology, they have the necessary manpower, they have the necessary vehicles, and all other things that they may need to reach all the corners of our country in order to make sure that they actually carry out their duty. I see here, and it was, if media reports are correct, the ECN is embarking on a continuous voter registration process. And I think that is one of the things that really determines whether the public will go out there and vote during elections. Because sometimes when you are forced into a block to say you only have 2 weeks or 2 months in order for you to register, many people don't find that system to their liking. So that's why we find 2 days before the closing date of registrations, we have a lot of people. So if we can empower the ECN to continuously do voter registration, if your voter's card is, replacement is an easier option than registration in this current format. So we need, I see that because this year is not an election year, the budget obviously naturally goes down, but my plea is that if we can keep the budget for now, until the next election cycle, relatively high in order for us to empower the ECN and for us to make sure that they are fully capacitated and for us to make sure that already now we start the training of election officers, the training of all the officials that are going to be necessary to conduct a fair and transparent election in the next cycle, 2029, for lack of a more defined role. But what I'm actually hoping is that we can see the importance of empowering the ECN now, so that when we get into the debate on whether to harmonize these elections, we have an electoral body that is fully capacitated. And based on that, I really want to support the vote on the ECN, but with an appeal that we, in the next MTF and in the next coming years before the next elections cycle, we actually increase the budget for the ECN. I so submit, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hangula, Chief Whip of AR. The next person is Honorable Likando. Oh, yeah, Likando. Another Chief Whip, IPC.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
You should
Chairperson of
form
the
a
whole
club
House
of the Chief Whips.
Committee. I also rise to contribute to vote 28 Electoral Commission, and I only have one concern on the reduction of the budget allocation, specifically on voters and civic education. We have it on record that in the last two previous elections, we had plus minus 40,000 rejected ballots. Yes. What does that tell us or tell ECN? It means our voters still need education. We say every vote should be counted. But then when you have 40,000 plus votes that are not counted, how do you justify that election to be free and fair? So we are wondering as to why there is this reduction when there is so much work to be done, especially in rural areas, the elders, the first-time voters, marginalized communities, and so on. So ECN has a lot of work to be done to educate our people when it comes to voting. So we are requesting that something should be done in this regard, because looking at the past elections, it's really disappointing to have people standing in their lines, casting their votes, which will not be counted, just because they were not given proper education. So this should be re-looked at. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ligando. Honorable Mouton, I like the pose. Continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the House Committee. I want to speak to the budget allocation of 40 million for voter registration. I think that 40 million is a waste. And my reasoning is the following. I don't understand why we still have to register voters and have a separate voter card just for them to be able to participate in elections. We are now working towards EIDs in Home Affairs. I believe that, or recommend, that this money rather be transferred to Home Affairs to facilitate the EID system and ensure that people can vote with their IDs. Because if your ID has your citizenship, it has your age, with the EID system it can have your home address, why are we still using this duplicated system where we have to bring our ID, get registered, print voter cards? It's a very exorbitant, unnecessary thing, and we must really start looking at letting citizens vote with their Namibian IDs as the EID thing gets introduced. So I don't see the point of us continuously registering new voters if we can simply migrate to using IDs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mouton. The next honorable member is Honorable Kalangula.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise to speak prudently so on personal expenditure that comes with respect to this vote of 28 Electoral Commission of Namibia. If you check, rightfully so, on page 398, you would come to see that the personal expenditure there stands at 73 million. And we have deliberated many times here when we started off with the debate yesterday that keeping track of the performance of employees and that we are paying a sole remuneration to it is rather a big concern now. We are speaking of an entity that only relies on a certain period of time, which is rather at times short for elections. The question is, what do these employees that are recruited and employed at ECN do when there are no elections? Could we perhaps look for another approach to measure their performance, to get our value for money, what we are paying for? Because this is a serious leakage of expenditure from government. In as much as we want to recruit people here and there, we should find other mechanisms to fill this gap. And of course, just recruit when the need comes or arises. It is in that respect that I would also elaborate to motivate further as I conclude why I'm saying so. The other issue is also on page 402. That is on MVRKs. Now that abbreviation, many of the people might not know what it is. I myself am also in limbo here. But I see service level agreement, which I might take is some rental type of agreement that is in place. Now 2.3 annually. Now one would want to also ask oneself, perhaps it's broken down into monthly. Is there a specific contract that we might be in a rental agreement of machines that we are renting out or getting for the ECN but remains parked, like the aircrafts that I previously mentioned? But why do we rent out equipment and store them somewhere and wait for the process to take place, yet we commit ourselves to pay these rental fees now and again? So perhaps we need to find other modalities to consider that at time need, so we can execute accordingly. This is one of the ways we can save money. And of course, I would also want to speak, while I'm coming to the close now, as I said, I would emphasize why I'm saying so. When we speak of voters' education, it is very important that the electorates get to be educated throughout. That much we agree. But we have seen that many a times when election comes, political parties do their utmost best to educate the electorates, which we can clearly see that there is a gap there, and there is a problem that ECN is not doing enough to educate these electorates. They are always in limbo. When you come there, you hear that there is a center there, or a polling station, if we may call it that, to educate the people in that locality. But you come and educate people, and they are clueless of what is happening, what they are going to do during election. So we should measure as the procedure is, the output and the impact. I do not see the impact here when it comes to ECN on voters' education. There's a serious concern there. Now we are budgeting to pay 20 million of salary, and the voters' education is nowhere to be seen. So, are we paying perhaps ECN employees to be on standby? That's my question, and I leave it there. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the...
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Matundu.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members of this August House, I rise to respond to a call of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Sarah Wongelwa Mabila, to support Vote 28, Electoral Commission of Namibia, which has been allocated the budget of 181 million Namibian dollars for the 2026-2027 financial year. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, the ECN has two critical programs, which is number one, it's the administration of elections and voter and civic education. Speaking to program number one,
During the 2026-2027 financial year, the Commission intends to roll out the continuous voters registration across the country in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act. But due to financial difficulties, the Commission is unable to do so. But in order to comply with the Electoral Act, the Commission need to recruit permanent employees. Therefore, the Commission need to recruit the 363 as earlier indicated by the mover of this vote. So continuous registration, where I wanted to come, is that it will ease the burden on registration of voters, which takes place during the supplementary registration of voters, where a budget has to be dished out to cater for this very important activity across the country. But if we go for a continuous registration of voters, definitely there will be an additional on savings. Going to program number 2, voter and civic education. Under this program, the Commission intends to undertake a comprehensive national studies on factors influencing voters' participation. I will not repeat what the honorable members have said or have raised, but coming to this one in terms of the gap, just to supplement in the voter and civic education program, we have been years and years on the ground campaigning, trying to also come in to supplement or teach our people on how to go vote or how to make their crosses and so. You will give a voter or a paper, kind of a symbol to practice. But what is coming out there, honestly, it already tells that a lot need to be done when it comes to the civic education, so that people at least can be able to vote on without any mistakes. Because those spoiled votes has really cost us so many votes. And we could have been even maybe do it the other way around by bringing back the EVMs. Honorable Venani and the rest, some of them, came to this very house suggesting, if you are not Venani, please, suggesting that no, let's copy from what India is doing. There are these good things. So the people, the government, as it's a government that listens to everyone, accepted, and we went to India. EVMs comes. After voting, which were no zero spoil ballot. So again, EVMs must go back because of ABC. We acknowledge the challenges. Honorable member, we acknowledge the challenges of the EVMs. We acknowledge the challenges of the EVMs, but if we have to address those, the EVMs can still ease us on this.
You did not mention anybody's
Nobody.
name. Yes. Time is up.
Mashindangi.
Can we allow the next honorable member, Bishop Thomas, to take the floor, please?
Yeah, I'm starting by saying the time of disputing is over. This is time of contributing now. My dear colleagues, let us contributing on something on the table now. The rest We are coming back for it. I'm not taking times. I just want to understand. Page 398. I just want to see the difference between the finance, the budget on ECN. If you look at the previous one, down you see the last time it was 673,813,000. Look into this year. There is 181 million only. What is going on there? Are we really know that this institution is a very important institution? And sometimes we are giving tough time to this institution to do their work. I mean, in a confused way. There is no election, but this institution must be kept going. Because this election, just see, if you come to the page 399, you see, we are trying, this institution is not like we have to overlook on it this time, and then this time we have to jump because we know that the election is no closer. And these people, they must prepare on time. They must do their civic education. This civic education must be ongoing. Not only 1 week before election. And we want Electoral Commission to run the whole country, even in the stone where we never put a road. Honorable Beko is not putting road there. No. I think this institution must be maintained, and they must, budget, to cut the budget this way. What are they going to do with this budget? Just imagine, when you come to the material supply, 1,550,000. What material are they going to supply now? When you come to transport, 3,094,000. What is going on here? So the material, is now a transport. Transport is also included here. Maybe Minister of Finance, what is going on here? First we are going to buy the cars, and then before we are traveling or what? It is now so. I think, are we going to do, which program are they going to do now? This program of ECN is very much underfunded. It must be funded so that these people can prepare in advance. Not only, these things also of giving them only 1 week to do this program, 1 week to do this countrywide. This is not good. Give the Electoral Commission enough time so that we cannot end up blaming them. I so submit. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas. We appreciate the support to the vote of one of our institutions. Honorable Lizazi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. I want to also re-emphasize on two or one thing. The first thing is, we suggested when we had an engagement with the ECN on the issue that Honorable Muton alluded on, and then we don't see action between the two institutions, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the ECN itself. We don't see that they are working towards that. That brings me to my second point, which is voter education. So you will find that people in Namibia are not well educated. That's why they are lured into voting without knowing what they are voting for. And they are given, ECN is given enough money and enough time to do voter education. I have engaged the education officer in Zambezi region, for example. I asked him, why are you not doing voter education? I only see you during elections. That is when I see you running up and down. Why are you not doing voter education? He told me, when we go, we can arrange for voter education in a particular place. You will go there, you'll only find yourself as ECL. Then I said, your marketing strategy is not good. You must find a way that you market your education to the people so that they can come and attend your meetings. So now ECN is also acting like a frog that comes out only during rainy season. So they are supposed to do the voter education, civic education continuously. Now I don't know, where do they take this money that is budgeted here if they are nowhere to be seen as we speak now? They are nowhere to be seen. They are quiet. That's why you find other political parties will go into the rural area and tell them, if you vote here, this one is from Britain, and you vote us, we are from Namibia. You see what I'm saying? It's because the ECN is not doing anything. And then the other political parties will use the plastic rice also, because the people are not well informed to say this plastic rice is from us. You see, while it's written Korea, but they will say it's us. So ECN is supposed to do the work, else we environment the money for voter education to other services. If they are not going to do this, we are encouraging ECN again to continue teaching our people why they are supposed to vote, because that is the mandate that is written here, that they encourage participation of citizens in electoral process. That is why they are supposed to, they are given this amount, but they are not using it.
Point of order.
No, let him ask.
Yeah, Nekundi, yeah. Honorable Member, you are doing very well. I just want to get two things, one thing right. When the government is doing bad, stop government. When it's doing good, can you also not be good, stop government? When it's bad, stop government is doing bad. When it's doing good, can that also not be stop government doing good? Just a question, a question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for wasting my time, Honorable Nekundi, with that question. I don't know whether it's a comment or a question. I was saying, enhancing voter confidence through community and public outreach. This is their mandate. So they should do community outreach. They should go to the public and inform them what they are supposed to do and why they are supposed to vote. That's why this money is budgeted for them, 28 million, 28.1 million, and they are nowhere to be seen. It's so worrying that we give them this money, but it's not used to good cause. They should put it to good cause. They should teach our people why they are supposed to vote. That's why you find people are confused. $50, they go and vote for anything without knowing why they are voting for that person. So we need, I have evidence. We know all these things. I can take you there and show you. So you are doing it. So we need education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lizazi. Honorable Lucato, my relative brother.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, person of the whole House Committee, and also my relative brothers and sisters, honorable members. Thank you very much for the platform. I raise on vote 28 of Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN, on behalf of the National Democratic Party, NDP. I'm here to represent my contributions as follows. Number one, I just want to commend the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECA, for engaging all stakeholders in their programs. I'm happy on that one. So, secondly, as you know, that any electoral body where there is a country with multi-party system, democracy, and also rule of law and accountability. Namibia, it forms party of democracy. So any country which is democratic, they have to go under 5 years elections every year in order to elect their leaders of their choice, their political parties of their choice. This institution, it was supposed to be an independent body. But while we are engaging each other to amend the laws, it will be one day fully independent. So the budget which allocated to this important institution is not a reasonable one. It's very less compared to their functions and duties, operations. Because Namibia, if there is three state organs, judicial, the legislator, and the executive. These three organs, they cannot function without the elections to be held. So that's why that the budget should be increased to be a reasonable one. The ECN, they have also operational areas, those including internal operations, regional operations, national operations, and international operations. So that's why it needs a good, reasonable budget. Then let me come to the challenge or the victims of the political parties. ECN, when they go to, let me say, for the operations, to invite the political parties to take part, they should fully sponsor all those political parties to observe printing machines if it's abroad. And secondly, the ECN should not just decide for the company to print out the ballot papers for themselves without the approval of the political parties and all those stakeholders. And also, I just want to mention that the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN, should also include political parties when they want to go and observe elections in abroad, so that that's the duties and the mandate of the Electoral Commission when it comes to the fully democratic and multi-party system, free, fair, and credible elections in Namibia. Then lastly, I just want also to inform, to appeal also to the Electoral Commission. I support 100%.
Thank you, Honorable Lukatu. I have now Honorable Mwasindange, who wants to take the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee. I want to join fellow honourable members to speak on the allocations to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, a very important institution in our democracy. And I want to start by supporting fellow members of Parliament who are instead advocating for the use of IDs in our elections. That will not only save us costs, it will also eliminate a lot of problems that are coming from who qualifies to participate in our elections. And by so doing, you don't need two representatives who have voters' cards to go and represent you so that you get a voter's card. It's a problem. And I think going forward, we need to institute prudence in our institutions. If we have those very good ideas that we then brought up, we must be able to conduct our elections also using those. Equally, Honourable Deputy Chair, I want to ask the Honourable Deputy Speaker, I believe ECN is here to really give him these answers, because it's not accountable for it, but I believe they are here to give him accurate answers to answer to this Parliament. I want to know who is the owner of the gadgets that ECN is renting. Who owns these gadgets? And when they tell us who the owner is, what happens to these gadgets in between elections? Like now we don't have elections. Where are these gadgets? Where are they? In whose custody are they?
Not in Congo.
In whose custody are they, and what is happening to them? Are they probably, you see, and this is the reason why our voters' apathy is growing daily. Why our people cannot trust ECN because of the way they conduct their businesses. And it's proven. Unfortunately, some people don't like the truth. It's proven. You can go online, read up. The young people of this country are losing trust in our electoral processes every day. We have a duty to make sure that we reform our institutions to make sure that we bring that trust again and confidence in the people of Namibia, especially to this very important institution of the state. The EVM patches, and I'm very shocked. I'm very shocked that a member of a senior member, cabinet minister, is talking about Namibians criticizing the buying of EVMs. My goodness. I have a very serious problem, Honorable Prime Minister. You know, the use of EVM was even challenged in court. And the court said the Supreme Court of Namibia, the Supreme Court said the use of this EVM is unconstitutional without a paper trail. Nobody in Namibia questioned the use of EVM, but everybody questioned the use of EVM without a paper trail as per the law. It was per the law. It was not because people are demanding paper trails. The law demanded paper trails. So when you implement a law, you cannot implement part of the law.
May we calm down, please?
You must implement the law in its entirety.
I'm sure we can do that. Can we calm down?
And then you do not put paper trails.
May we calm down?
It's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. And there is nothing that is allocated, Honourable Deputy Chair, for legal drafting. ECN and political parties have been working on the Electoral Amendment Bill. When are they finishing it? How are they going to finish it if they did not budget for it? It's not budgeted for. Instead they budget for 1.6 million for legal challenge, because all they do is mess up our election, because they know that they will be taken to court. Now they are budgeting for legal challenge, but not legal drafting, so that we get the institution in order. What are we doing? We are indeed budgeting. We are instead budgeting for legal.
Legal challenge. It's there. Page 4.
Check the time. There were 10 seconds left. There were 10 seconds left. Yeah, Honorable Deputy Minister Matundu. Can we calm down? I know you can achieve that. Please.
On a point of order, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, the Honorable Member is doing well, but where he has gone out of line is he cannot speak on behalf of the masses who have brought us here, saying, including himself, they have no trust in the Electoral Commission, but the Electoral Commission has put up a program that brought him here. And it's unfair to refer to those people who have brought us here, to refer to them as they are not trusting the same system that they have used to bring him here. It's out of line. He cannot refer to them as that.
Here because of
no.
voted by the masses.
He is here because he was voted. If there was no elections, none of us could have been in this house. And if we are making allegations like that, they should not be allowed at all. No.
They must withdraw.
Thank you.
The timekeepers are not really saving us well.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Now, Deputy Chair, I want to seriously remind honorable members. You see, if you don't know what it is to be elected to be a member of parliament, you will not understand and also be able to respect.
You are in the red.
No. I was distracted. At least one more minute.
You are in the red. We kept record of the time that the interruption started, and it was 15 seconds.
Okay, then I'll come back.
Yeah. Thank you. Freeze.
The voice of privilege. The mic is not on.
Be calm and tolerant. Eh? That usually takes the day.
Honorable Chairperson,
don't behave like.
I just have one question. When we are bringing our contributions to this vote, who is the respondent? Do we have a respondent from ECN here, or it is the Deputy Speaker who will answer us? I want to know if, apart from the Deputy Speaker, there is someone else who should answer on behalf of ECN. Another agent.
Thank you. Honorable Freeze.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I have two short interventions to make, and our Honorable Deputy Speaker is unfortunately the messenger today, so it could be it could be difficult for him maybe to answer to the one or two questions that I have. Now, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, there has been, it will stay for the foreseeable future in our country. Now, ECN has only, or has built only one office, which is the head office in Namibia. And according to the statement, the motivation that the Honorable Speaker has made yesterday, 608,465,000 Namibian dollars is budgeted for the non-personnel expenditure, and this non-personnel expenditure include rental of offices for ECN regional staff. Now, really, can the ECN not start to construct buildings which they could call theirs, because they are renting forever in the regions? Is it not an expensive exercise to keep renting offices for the whole existence? In Keetmanshoop, I know the ECN has got a plot, an erf to build an office. It is just adjacent to the police regional headquarters in the Karas region in Keetmanshoop. They are not building any single office. Now, it leaves one to think very much about going forward with the ECN. I think in Rundu also they have a very big erf, which I have seen. And there is just no building that the ECN has put up in the regions. On the second intervention, Honorable Deputy Speaker, ECN, it seems ECN does not decentralize some of its functions to the regions. For example, we found cars that were parked in Katima Mulilo, in Rundu, in even, I think, in Keetmanshoop also, were cars parked with very minor problems, mechanical problems that could have been solved with just, it could even have been delegated to the officials in the regions to buy out of their pockets batteries or headlight bulbs or tires, jacks, and this stuff. But the region, the staff members from the regions must now wait for the head office to give approval and get a sort of go-ahead for them to purchase or to get these cars running. Have that problem been solved, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Fries. Honorable Lucato.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House and members or honorable members for the platform. I just want to add to my contributions very briefly. I just want to recommend that the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN, through where they report, Office of the Speaker, they have to present, they have to report where it should mention that the missing of EVM machines, those who went stolen, how far is that case? And also, the GRN vehicle which was stolen 5 years at the headquarters of ECN. With the political parties, we don't know what happened up to now. There is no update in that regard. So we need feedback in that issue. Secondly, those are 117 laptops which were stolen. Then from there, other recommendation is that every year in Namibia we have companies which can draft, which can print out ballot papers. Why must we go to offer or to offer a tender to foreign countries if we have our Namibians? Unless it should be explained the why we have to use the foreigners companies. Yes, thank you. And also, I just want to also report the recruitment of the staffs in ECN and also on those during the campaign. We need the names, the list to be presented here through the Office of the Speaker, so that we must know every election how many citizens they have been recruited and how many they didn't, let me say, how many permanently, and those how many temporary recruitment. Then also, lastly, I just want also to recommend that the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN, should also make sure that their division of recruitment, the human resources, they should be accountable when it comes to the recruitment, because I received a lot of cries from Namibian people that there is a discrimination taking place when it comes to the recruitments. Only same people being recruited, same people. So in that way, we need the report that on that regard. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of whole House Committee, my relative brother, I so submit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my relative brother. Much appreciated. Honorable Palotti.
Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, Deputy Speaker, my contribution is in support of the national ID to be considered. And I just want to substantiate. So I have both my ID and my voter's card, Namibian ID, contrary to some. Oh, guys are being too serious. Nonetheless, so with the voter's card, you will note that the region, the constituency, and the local authority is added, which obviously our national ID does not. However, you will note a barcode on the voter's card. Now, the ID that I have is the dated one, and I possibly ask if many of us in this honorable house have the updated national ID which has the barcode. And the reason I note that is, to be very specific, on the 24th of February 2023, I had the honor of attending an event at the border with our late President Gaingop and President Masisi, where they jointly launched the use of the national ID card for cross-border travel
for both countries, Namibia and Botswana. Now, a suggestion that I would like to make to our ECN, specifically relating to this budget vote, is that we find practical means to integrate the local authority, the region, and the constituency into that barcode for any new application for a national ID. I also want to benchmark against South Africa, who use their national ID to vote. And our Right Honorable Prime Minister will always guide us in saying we must use common sense. And I do think that this will drastically improve the voter turnout. So my contribution is for us to humbly suggest that to the ECN. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Baloti. The next honorable member is Muasin Dange.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, for affording me the second round. And I will just use 1 second of the second round. Now, I left it at a very important point, Deputy Chair. You see, when we speak in this House, Deputy Chair, for record, I speak on behalf of the more than 200,000 people and citizens of this country that have voted. More than 200,000 citizens that voted for the IPC. So that should be respected. That should be respected. And when I speak on behalf of those. So I just want to put it into context. And also, you know, when you do not know what it is to be elected to come here, don't question that I elected to come here because you don't know anything that has to do with being elected. There's a difference between being elected and being appointed. Being wheelbarrows to come here. Now, Honorable Deputy Chair,
Yeah, there is a point of order.
Yeah, no. Honorable Deputy Speaker, no, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Yes, you are the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, with respect. It is quite disturbing that an honorable member in this House refer to other honorable members who are in this House, members of the House, elected. They seem to be here not being elected, and that there is a difference between them and the others, which is not the case. I think that is that. No. That is quite. No. That is quite. No, that is quite disturbing to know that we are poking each other in that line. Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Indeed, there is a difference between being elected and being appointed, and I stand by that. Now, Honorable Deputy Chair, you see, it gets very worrisome when we are talking about the ECN, which is an independent body. But there seems to be people murmuring every time that when we are seriously criticizing the efficiency of the electoral body. I don't understand where the defense force comes from and who appoints them to defend ECN when all that we should all demand is efficiency in end accountability in this institution. Honestly, I get very worried and very uncomfortable because it becomes a one-party defense system you don't understand. It's not supposed to be like that. ECN is supposed, unless ECN is not really independent as it's supposed to be. Now, if it's independent, no problem. Bring it on. Stop. Bring it on. It's still moving.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. I only rise when there are assertions made which will stick in the record and will be perceived as true when they are not true. All of us are elected members of this House. And we also had the same frustrations with some of the shortcomings of the ECN. But the assertion to say that when we have people who are in a minority and they are not the winners of an election, all of a sudden ECN has favored the winners and make it seem like the winners are colluding with an independent body. That I have a problem with. Because if they had won, they would not question the very EVMs or the very processes that brought them to this House. So, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, we are allowed to criticize ECN as an institution that's independent. But to bring in political parties to say that we are defense forces or not is not true. When there are shortcomings, let's deal with the shortcomings. And not let's make it as though ECN is favoring a party that has won an election free and fair. We work hard. We work hard to campaign. We don't get our elections on a silver platter. We campaign and we connect with the masses. So it's unfair to make it seem like ECN favors certain political parties from others. I so submit.
On the record, there's a contribution.
Yeah, I was concluding. I was concluding before I was you know, Honorable Deputy Chair, you know, I said what I said and I stand by it. And the Namibian people could see, I only said there are members of parliament who are all of a sudden defending the ECN every time when we point out, you know, the shortcomings of the ECN. And I'm glad that the people of Namibia can see who I was referring to. I did not say they said themselves. You know, Honorable Deputy Chair, you see, there are problems. I'm talking about.
Please, you are disturbing. What is going on? No, let the person finish.
This three.
Let the person
three honorables
finish,
here. You need to speak to them.
No.
We cannot continue like this.
No, because your chief whip is that side now. You are
We
talking
cannot
just
continue like
this.
this.
No, at least let the member finish.
Can you sit down, please?
Sorry?
Can you sit down, please?
No,
can you sit down? And Honorable, keep quiet, man. Yeah, please, can you sit down so that I have a chance? Can you sit down? Sit down. Can you sit down? Honorable members, I am once again appealing to you, all of you, let us respect one another. Now please keep quiet. if we have intentions to finish the program of the day, we must respect one another. We may have differences of opinions, obviously because we belong to different political parties. But don't let us be overwhelmed by that reality. We can still, no please, we can still have the decency to allow the next person to express him or herself, and then take your 10 register your name, and then you can stand up and state your case. Not unnecessarily infringe on the time of the person on the floor. If you, while you are seated, realize that there is a point that you would like to emphasize, ask for the floor. Ask for the floor, because these interventions is just creating chaos, which would eventually end up us not completing what we came here for today. That is my appeal. Everyone can, no, please, don't applaud. That is also disorderly. That is also equally disorderly. So, honorable members, if we are mindful of why we are here, all of us, and that we have been sent to these chambers by our respective parties, and that we have members out there who observe and watch our behavior in this house, then I would really ask you to introspect, subject yourself to self-introspection. I'm repeating this particular word for the third time, because the behavior that we are portraying, we think we are putting the other person to shame, or we are putting the other person in his place. Actually, we are exposing that our conduct is contrary to what is expected from us. Both sides. Both sides. If you want to make a point, register your name, and then that's also not proper. Register your name, and you will be duly accorded an opportunity, opportunity to state your case. Are we together? Yes. Good. Thank you. The next person is Honorable Lizazi. Oh, are you still on the floor? Yeah, but conclude. Conclude, eh? You must conclude. Yeah. Camera, where are you? He must be seen, the village is watching.
Yeah, as I was concluding.
Yes, you are there now.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Honorable Deputy Chair. As I was concluding, I was saying these tablets, all these electronic devices that are used by ECN, their lifespan is only 5 years, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Yes,
and when their lifespan is only 5 years, we need to think of a more, efficient and also a sustainable way going forward. We don't see it being presented by the ECN, unfortunately. They are only budgeting for legal challenge because they are anticipating that they will mess up the election and then they will be taken to court. So they are covering that aspect. Even the National Assembly that is being taken to court by all masses that don't want to account does not have a budget for legal challenge. But ECN has a whole 1.6 million put somewhere here, just ready to go to court. And this assembly is very happy to appropriate that money. It doesn't sit well with me.
You are in overdraft. You are in red now. Honorable Lizazi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, for allowing me a second round. I wanted to look at page 404, where the other services. I will leave the others which are necessary, which I see that this one is indeed necessary for ECN to function. But then when you look at printing and advertisements, it's budgeted 3.5 million. What are they printing? Because the education officers are saying they don't have materials. This is not for ballot paper. The ballot paper printing, my senior, is already there. It's written. It has its own budget. But they still have a printing. This is for voter education. I'm focusing on voter education, civic education, which is the baby, the most important part of voting. And now these materials that they are printing for our people that are not seen, I think once we approve this budget, I will implore the ECL to please print these materials to be used, or else this money should be given to other aspects. And then you look at the last part, consultation and research, 2.5 million. Consultation and research. Now the question is research. They are researching what? They are researching how to do what? How to rig elections, or how to... What are they researching? Tell me, what research are they carrying out? Because education of, you know, some of you maybe don't know, every region is having an education officer. But these education officers do not have a budget. And this is the money that is supposed to go to them. Where is it? Why is it not going to the education officers so that they can carry this research? Maybe they can do these researches why there's voter apathy. Why are they not voting? Why are the people, especially the young people? The young people are not voting. They don't go to vote. So maybe that's what ECN is researching, why young people are not voting, but then they don't come up with the conclusion and recommendations and what they have found out. So we need ECN to put this money to good use, and they must give it to education officers. Because education officers do not have money. Are you an education officer of ECN? To thank me. Let ECN answer, because they are the ones who will be given this money. In short, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Izazi. Honorable Rare, our Right Honorable Prime Minister. Take the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I just wanted to make 1 or 2 points, and the best way to do so is to ask for the floor so that it is procedural and in compliance with the ruling of our presiding officer for this session.
Very exemplary as well.
Thank you, and I have no choice. He's my senior, and we have grown up in front of them, so we must...
Don't disclose secrets.
Thank you. Yeah, honorable members, I think you will agree that conducting of an election that is credible, that is transparent and reflective of the will of the people, it is good both for the winner and the loser. And therefore, if we speak, and as we have done, it must not be perceived as anyone is defending. It is only that because the vote is here, and you have seen my posting after election, what has happened, because we are not We were all waiting for 8 hours in the lines. Nobody was happy about that. Yes, so I'm just saying, when it is bad, it is bad. When it is good, it is good. So therefore, let us just be as objective as possible, because we are lawmakers trying to correct institutions that we have responsibility over. That's why I agree with Honorable Izazi when he's saying that after we approve this, I implore, that's what the Honorable has said, because he does recognize that there are shortcomings here or there, and therefore the institution must correct. And that is what I want to thank the Honorable Member. But finally, in the few seconds or minutes that are left, Honorable Deputy Chair and Honorable Members, I just wanted to build on Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Hangula here, on the sentiments that he was expressing. And I do hope that when you come for the second round, not the one that Honorable Kalangula is talking about, but I hope I'm aligned as I listen to what you have suggested in respect of trying to harmonize the elections as well as the time frame that sometimes it takes. The election is in November and people take positions in March, and there's a serious grace period of poverty, for lack of a better word. Now, I hope if that is the understanding and therefore the appeal to capacitate ECN to prepare for that eventuality, if that is the understanding, then Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, if that is the understanding, then I hope it would then be prudent, I think, if we start suggesting, because I understand the law is being reviewed, that's now the Electoral Act, that perhaps it has regard to what you are saying as a concrete suggestion we can make from this deliberation as we support the vote. And I also hope that the Honorable Member is saying that before 2029 comes, this should be seen to be done, so that we don't have to repeat, or at least those who are coming after us should not repeat what we have gone through. Is that the understanding? Yes. So, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you,
Yes.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. The next person is Honorable Salmon Mendoz April. Honorable Member, you have the floor. Yeah, I see the name here. I'm just responding to the names here.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I wouldn't really like to dwell on what both my seniors have already touched on, because that was more the reason for me taking the floor. But I would like to appreciate the Electoral College for the job that they are doing. That's one body that is Commission. It's commission. I'm from the Electoral College. I'm a candidate of Electoral College, in case you don't know. We have processes. Okay, colleagues, please, let's respect each other. Eh? So my take is, I'd like to appeal to all of us. I have noticed lately that in this House there is serious polarization, which I think is creating unnecessary aberration in this House. And that we should all, including myself, that we should all mind the language that we use, especially when we talk about institutions that are responsible for keeping Namibia to tick in order to deliver the services that our people have brought us here for. And I, for one, know that where competition is, to be the chairperson of the Whole House Committee, where competition is, the unsuccessful ones, even if it's me, will always have reasons. It's the referee or it's the linesman or somebody else will always be the one to get the blame. But as long as we can whatever is making us unhappy, air those unhappinesses in a respectful tone. It will help us to learn. It will help us to learn. We must learn from each other. So therefore, I just want to say, Mr. Lisasi, I want to appreciate the Commission, because for all these 36 years that we're independent, that body, the Electoral Commission, is the body that keeps, that's the body that keeps democracy alive in this country. They are the ones delivering on democracy in this country. And as much as we may feel and have our own conclusions, I think it's only honorary that we give them that due recognition. They have never failed us in delivering leadership in this House, and equally wherever else they have got the responsibility to do so. So therefore, the bigger picture is to join efforts, both sides, because here it's both sides. All of us are here for one purpose, and that's to create laws. Now, the very laws that deliver you are the laws that are going to deliver others. And if there are amendments that we need, let's do it responsibly, not hurl and pelt stones to other people. So I submit, Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much.
Very good.
Honorable April. Honorable Nekundi, and whoever wants to say something, press. Yeah, take your time, don't interrupt, press, and then you will get your 5 minutes. And you can state your case as much as you want. Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I stand to contribute to the vote that is the fundamental base of our democracy and that bound our orderly state called Namibia. And I believe and I thought this is a premise that all of us should call us proud Namibians. Honorable Deputy, it is obvious in the history of mankind, no human is clean as an egg. That's why your learners were failing you. And no human beings is super perfect. That is juristic and natural personalized. They are all within that habit of being human. And that must be appreciated. It is in that context there is continuous re-engineering, continuous learning, and a continuous growth. And it requires all of us to build that house to which we all desire to be the perfect house we want to be. But our generation, our perfect view will never be the perfect views of the future generations. That's why our forefathers and foremothers will have the perfect of their time, and we see them today that was a boring state where they were living in. So that is a continuous evolution of nature, and we must be appreciated. That should tell us, as an ECN, as a body that we have created out of this parliament, because ECN never created by itself, it's created by us, by this August House. And we must appreciate that. Where there are shortcomings, and I thought, honorable members, that it's very much imperative to appreciate the principles.
Now you just register your name, and then you will get your chance to state what you want to say. Not interrupt. I think that's the approach.
Yeah, very good. Honorable Speaker, I'm really saying with the utmost sincerity that as much as this House should set the best sample to the nation out there, if you set a bet, the nation will also give a bet one, and it's going to be the generality to it, and nobody wants to be in that space. The very same ECN, it have humans that we put there to perform, and we perform them with, we put them there with expectation that they are going to perform to the best of their abilities. Now, what does this mean about the deputy chairperson? It says, in the event that there is anything that we want to engage on, whether you have discontent with what you are doing, the very foundation of the Constitution, which we are here today, under Article 59, sub-Article 3, it says, if Parliament is unhappy about any institution of the state, it have the power to summon such institution. Then you engage. I believe, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honestly speaking, it will be unfair to us as members of Parliament, having their whole 12 months. ECN will see them that they're performing well, and we do not summon them as according to the Constitution, which gives us the powers. And we now come here and lash out at them. They have no base to defend themselves. I don't think it's correct, and I don't think that's the foundation of our democracy. I don't think so. Be defending or attacking them. I think, Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us be sincere to each other, because I don't expect the ECN to attack us and we have no base to defend ourselves. I'm putting the premise of engagement. What provides an orderly state? Because the Constitution, as I said, it says when you want to engage them as Parliament, you have the powers to bring them in and engage them. And I'm saying that they are not the perfect body, just like many others. Yes, I guess in point 20.
Yeah, you ran in the red. Honorable, who is the light? Who is the next? Honorable Karubu Morokeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also rise to add my voice to this very important bill, Bill 28, that deal with ECN. ECN is an independent entity established by Act of Parliament, and it must account on each and every cent it spends because they are receiving their funds from this public coffer. So therefore, they must indicate all their programs and cost them. Because after spending it, they have to account. That's why I can see we are complaining. There are too many spoiled ballot papers during the elections. We're also complaining about the machines that are failing those who are running elections. We are even complaining about lack of education, voters' education. So they have to list all those activities and cost them for us to allocate funds to it. So if we are to avoid more spoiled ballot papers, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, we need to allocate funds for them to print pamphlets to go to the people and provide education. They must also pay some electronic media to educate the voters. Hence this 3-point-something million that is indicated here. If there's anything comes to their way, And in terms of legal challenge, they have to attend to it and they have to indicate it. Because I looked into this vote, I did not see any what they call unforeseen allocation here. That is not here, it is not here. Therefore, they have to indicate it. If that money, if there is no court case coming their way, they will not make use of that money. It will come back to government coffer, to the treasury. So they have to be prepared. And we are also saying that during the elections, we must hire unemployed youth who do not have any experience. They have to be taken through. They have to be trained. So hence, all these allocations that we are accusing them that they are just putting money here without really putting them to use. I think ECN plays a vital role because it maintains our peace, because we are in democratic state. We always run for election after 5 years. They must continuously educate and sensitize the elections, the electorate. So with this, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I support the vote, and I thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Karumpu. Honorable Hengombe.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I actually wanted to correct the narrative that was brought up by my dear minister there, that we are not perfect. I think that is actually also somehow an understatement of the Supreme, being that we are. Because if we were not perfect, the Honorable Minister will not allow himself to be driven by an imperfect driver. The Honorable Minister will also not allow himself to get into a plane. Imagine a pilot announcing, saying that, everybody, welcome on this plane. Just now I'm imperfect. We will take off right now. No one will get on that plane. So I want to correct that narrative by saying that we all are perfect. It is just us that embrace imperfection. ECN is an entity that is created with laws enshrined in the Namibian Constitution, perfectly placed. It is us as human beings, those that are within the institution, that play around with the institution. So we cannot come and say, no, you know, it is not perfect. And no, that is not smoochy talk to us. We are here to call a spade a spade. So where ECN is wrong, it is wrong. Let us just accept, correct, and move forward. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
The next honorable is Honorable Likanto, the Chief Whip. You have the floor, Honorable.
I just want to start by saying, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, we are ready to debate until 12 o'clock. We are ready. Yeah, so if you can hear, I'm addressing the Chairperson, and the member is just talking while she is already pressed. She cannot even wait for her time. And she's the member of the privilege committee.
Yeah, you are protected, Honorable Likanto. Just proceed.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, there is one thing that is also worrisome. When we started with these debates yesterday and today, we were speaking to one thing, all of us. But just because this is ECN, I am seeing a trend, especially from that side of just defending. Instead of us talking to the vote, even the Prime Minister was defending instead of talking to the vote. So what? Yes, you were defending. You were defending.
Please, can we calm down?
You can see already. So what we are saying is, these disparities that we are raising, we have worked with ECN also. That's how we find ourselves here. So don't tell us that we should not raise what we have experienced, because we don't want to experience it again. For example, you see how they are defending ECN. You can see. Okay, so just
listen to him.
For example,
and once you have a point that you want to counter, press and then come in.
We don't want, as we are allocating these funds, we don't want the issue of...
That's the way.
We don't want to hear the story again from ECN running out of voting materials, as it happened in 2024. We don't want that. Number two, we don't want again a situation where they will have to put on the ballot boxes in the car without any representative from any party. Those disparities are the ones that we are seeing. We need to talk the way we want to talk about ECN, because even you lost votes because of this type of arrangement. We also lost votes in this type of arrangement. So when we are raising these issues, it's because we have been there. So, honorable members, let's speak to the vote. That's what I want to implore each and every one of us. Let's not personalize. There is no ECN here. We are not ECN. We are just a product of ECN process. The only person who should speak on behalf of ECN is the Deputy Speaker. So let us not try to oppose each other. Either me opposing you or you opposing me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, but please continue then. Who is controlling the gadgets here?
And the time is going. All right.
They were also supposed to stop the time.
As I was saying, ECN is an electoral body of Namibia, representing each and every Namibian. Yes, you are right. So, as members of parliament, we might have different views on this issue. But it is not good to have members of parliament who are defending ECN as if they are members of ECN. That narrative is the one we are saying, let's speak to the vote. Instead of now, attacking other views from other honorable members. Okay? I'm just putting it on record because I was cut off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Likanto. The list is growing again. Honorable Kangulu, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you.
Be followed by Nekundi V. Honorable Nekundi.
The whole House Committee. Many of the issues have already been emphasized, but I do not want to repeat. I should go to one of the fundamental concerns that I had with ECN, and that is still with the training. The training, as the Prime Minister have indicated, ECN hired the polling officers and all these officials just close to the election. And they have learned to adequately train these people. I went down one time during last year's election at one polling station where a member, an official's agent for that matter, was locked outside just to find that the certain official of ECN could not make a difference between Form 15 and Form 16. which gives me an indication that the ECN needed to put more effort in training these members. And if possible, he can even hire them 2 years before time, so that he can regularly able to train them. I think in that regard, many of the concerns that are coming from both sides will be a matter of the past. If these elections officers, they know what is expected out of them. The other thing, ECN needs to pull up their socks in terms of the way they conduct elections. In fact, they even owe the Namibian people an apology, because I believe should they do so, it will be one of the mechanisms that they can materialize to influence and convince the voters. Because as of now, most of the voters have lost confidence. And how do they regain their confidence? Through ensuring that, yes, they take authority and they take consideration of what needed to be taken into consideration. So in that regard, may ECN, in as far as they want to regain the public trust, give public apologies on where they went wrong, so that they can eventually be able to be on record to accept them. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I call on Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, I think we are all in the process of identifying as it were, the mischief that we need to combat with one of our institutions. Now, the fact that we are able to identify the shortcomings which we must address in order for the workings of that specific, in this case, ECN, to improve, it's just relevant that we raise them and that they also take copious notes of what are being said here, so that they would be better placed to try to address the shortcomings that are coming forward. We need not to develop animosity stances towards one another in the House. That's not needed. We need to point out what are the issues that are the shortcomings, and accordingly try through they are paid to help us to have smooth running entities. Our role is to put the policy framework and guiding approaches for them, but it is their forte to deal with the things that they need to attend to. And I think if we are in agreement, we need not to quarrel here. Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. In fact, Honorable Kangolo ended in the context I was putting it, that there's no perfect house, but there's always need for improvement. And that we have an obligation as Parliament to enable and advise our own institutions to improve. We have that obligation. And I sincerely, that was my next engagement in that perspective, that we have that obligation, Honorable Deputy Chair. Now, Honorable Deputy Chair, one of the critical issues that this House have also raised is the issue of research. And I really believe that an institution that does not do research, it is a recipe for failure. Every moment, every event set a tone for research. And I thought the line of budget for research, it is well captured under the law we passed for ECN, because the ECN Act under Section 4, subsection 2H, prescribe that ECN's powers and functions, amongst others, in that particular sections, is to undertake and promote research into electoral matters. We will fail ECN as a collective if we do not allow them to do research as per powers and functions entrusted to them on the people, behalf of the people of Namibia by this August House to undertake that important. And that research also speaks to continuous improvements. How to educate our people to vote better, to understand the democracy.
There is something wrong with the system. It automatically cuts off. Maybe you can talk to the technicians, because when it's red here, it means that
No, yours is on.
it's on.
Your mic is on.
Yeah, but I didn't touch anything.
So
So it's a,
please stop my time, colleagues. Stop. Okay, so I was saying this research, I think, is going to work in the best interest of democracy, of which all of us here are a product of these democratic principles. It will improve that our people do not have spoiled ballots, that we understand democracy, that we might have different views, but we do not need to fight each other. This is what the research need to do. What best tools should people be educated on? I think we must really appreciate ECN to do that, and we must encourage them for continuous improvement. And that's what we need, because 2024, 2025 elections might not have been the level we wanted. Now, do we want them to be where they are? No. How can they improve? By doing research. And we must encourage that proportion. The last, Honorable Deputy Chair, I want to address is really that this August House is a product of a constitution. Yes. And Parliament is established by this very important document called the Constitution of Namibia. And this is established under Chapter 7 of the Constitution, Article 44. The same Constitution chapter that have established us must also have due respect to the establishment and the compositions as enshrined in the very same Constitution. And that I want to say is the ECN is a product of Chapter 10B, Article 94B. That also speaks to the composition of parliamentarians, which is under Article 46. And that it says there shall be members of parliament, and it's a composition. That is composition, is constitutional. And we cannot come here and think others are constitutional. This is a collective.
Circumstances dictate that the minister responsible for vote 39 is not with us in the House today. Now, which also automatically means, that Monday, where she was supposed to deal with her vote, there will be space, because Monday is slotted for vote 13, which was introduced today, and then vote 39. Now, my humble appeal is that maybe with your kind indulgence, if we would be dealing with vote 30 now and shift it to Monday, so that on Monday we deal with 2 votes for discussion. I'm putting it to you. If you so agree, then I will hit the hammer, not the Ochimbingwe way, but soft way. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, lead us into raising the issues that were so raised. And
okay, thank you.
Can we settle down?
It was a marathon, but I was assisted just to talk primarily to the book. And I think it's Honorable Bishop who asked page 398, transport and other services.
PM. Thank
Transport
you.
at 2
Thank you.
million for 2024-2025, then 30 million, and then it goes back to 3 million. And then other services expenses, 2024-2025, 437 million, 2025-2026, 439, and now this allocation, 71 million. Bishop's question was, where is the money going? Prudent to say that the 2 previous financial years was dealing with election. That's why the expenditure, and I'm a messenger, but the paper was here. The explanation is that the budget ceilings were there. The 2 financial year was dealing with the election, both the national and the regional. And that's why in this financial year, they wrote a word here. They are off-peak. So they are not on a peak season. They are now off-peak. That's why the expenditure is going down. Because in those 2 years, they pay for the polling officials and the private vehicles and any other related expenses. That's now true. But I also discovered something. Why is transport 2 million in an election year, 30 million in 2025-26, and then 3 million? The explanation is that the amount that was budgeted for was paying for debts that they owe to government garage. So it seems they have got an issue there, and then they budgeted to pay off their debts. So you can clearly see that the 2024-2025, the 2 million was not enough, and I think they make arrangement with government garage. And that's why there is a spike in the next year of 30 million, and now when there is off-peak season, it went down now to 2 million. The other member who also asked from the book is Honorable Lizazi. Printing and advertisement, 3.5 million, and consultancy and research. Now, that is, the printing deals with voter and civic education materials, annual report, performance assessment and post-election report for the just concluded regional elections, and any other by-election that might come. Also, the printing of ballot papers for any by-election. Not the printing of the national, but when there is a by-election, that is the vote they looked at, because a by-election is for a restricted area, unlike a national that we know can only happen once. In terms of research, it's to conduct surveys on the research voter apathy and any other related matters that are associated with research. Yeah, no, I'm from the school of HIV and AIDS, and so I'm very proud of my pronunciation, because I can speak many languages, unlike those who can. Okay. Oh, give me time, I was listening. I did not say anything. Continue, okay. Yeah, no, I was hearing, I've got big ears, you can see. It's not disputable.
Yeah, please, calm down, my beautiful people.
Okay.
You're all beautiful.
Election registration. Honorable Angula, it's a matter of me and you. Currently, the requirement for voting is the voter's card. That was enacted by maybe the previous people, but me and you. If we want to change, it's a responsibility of me and you. If we want to change, we must be that commitment. That's why I say me and you. But ECN says there is progress being made in order to, for that anomaly to be addressed. You also raised the issue of having the election once. I remember prior to 2010, the term of office of the councillors, regional council, was 6 years. 2010 is the first councillors that the term became 5 years. And those other ones, so any other modality can just be affected. All we need to do is then we need to filter a kind of financial budget, because the councillor's term is 5 years, ours is 5 years, but we are 1 year apart. So if we want to hold all those elections, we just need to make budgetary provision to pay out the councillors. No, whatever. Or we cut ours. You see, you want one. So it's either you pay the councillors or you cut ours. But I'm sure if, because the proposal emanates from you, you will surely say yours must be cut. But I will not be voting in that light. Okay. In terms of ECN and others were mostly comments, I think also maybe it's imperative to note there is a difference between currently voter education and voter registration. Voter education is what we call continuous process, and voter registration is a particular. I think that also is regulated. No, that one is regulated because those dates must be gazetted. Remember that everything pertaining to election, that's why we went to court, the 27th, the 29th, you know, because the day of election must be gazetted. The day of registration must also be gazetted. And there are time frames in between that says this must not happen before or within this time. So I think it's from that angle. If we make it continuous, again, it's a matter of the regulation that should allow. If it doesn't allow, it can be revisited to make it but going forward, if the ID is the one that should serve as the voting document, then I think the issue of continuous registration will by then have superseded, because then the ID document also serves as the voter education document. Okay. I think, as I said, the others were maybe cuts. Maybe just finally, as I said, no, Honorable Mashindange was saying of the EVMs that got lost. I think there is a police case in that matter. How far it is, I'm not sure, but I can provide the details of the CR, the CR number, as we say. Then, who owns the equipment? Verbatim, I will read the answer because I sent it up. The Electoral Commission of Namibia is the sole owners of all equipment used in any electoral process. This equipment is safely stored at ECN premises as per relevant internal policies. Who owns the equipment? ECN. Where are they in the absence, in between elections? They are stored very safe. I can give you a copy so that you can keep it as a reference. Yeah. Come again? Yeah, that's a question for another engagement. But I wanted to say, Commissioner, I see the Electoral Reform Officer is here. Do you have any commissioners with you? You see, that's the problem. You come to this house as the owners. There are pertinent issues being raised, and you are being dealt with only at the administrative level of the Chief Electoral Referenda Officer or whatever. No, Terera. And I think going forward, it should be paramount that when you come to the house, both the administrative head and the policy head, that is called the chairperson, must be present. I don't want to say what I have said, because when I invited you, you said you are at a strategic workshop, and you don't follow up after coming from the strategic workshop to say this is the issue. And I think you have picked up from the members, also relating to what happened 2024 and up to now. And I can relate a lot of examples. No, it's not a condition. All I'm saying is comments here are of paramount importance. And that's why I put the question to take note, so that going back, the Chief Electoral Officer must also relate to the commissioners that this is the request of the House. And even Prime Minister, when he was here, the Auditor General people were here. I don't know, President's people, and everybody. So it's also not fair towards the entrustment that you have taken upon yourself as reporting to this House, that you come just as a courtesy for these things to be dealt. I think you take note of that, honorable members, and going forward, we need also to improve on what we have said in terms of the shortcomings. I've said it last year, I've said it, and I will say it. Nobody is ever proud of what we have experienced. Anyway, no, Terera, nobody can be proud. Nobody can be proud of what we have experienced. I was part of the Electoral SADC observer mission when they give. And in between, you can clearly see that in terms of the stake that we have put ourselves on this SADC, on the SADC market, as presenting the very first female candidate from the structures. Remember the one from Tanzania emanated from a shortfall, no, from the death of Honorable His Excellency Magufuli. But ours was the first one in SADC to take to the election. And that is the come of shortcomings. But going forward, I'm sure we are doing better. The regional one was better than the national one, but there is serious improvements that needs to be done. On that vote, I think I've done justice. As I said, the others were just more comments, but I think I dealt with the ones that were pertinent from the book.
So now say I put? Yes. Any objections? None. Agreed to. Now your deputy chairperson of the whole House Commission, is it committee? Yeah, he was speaking about commissions. Committee will stand ready to welcome the Deputy Speaker so that I can ask for leave to sit down. Don't allow me to sit alone. Yeah. Thank you. Toby, you didn't come back yesterday. So should I?
Yeah. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I report progress,
but on vote 39, which were not able to be dealt with today, and that we have decided jointly, meeting of minds, to postpone the discussion of vote 30 to Monday. 39, no, 30, because tomorrow's slot where 2 votes were supposed to be discussed. Because Monday, thank you. Because of vote 39 not having been dealt with today, there is only 1, but we have moved 30 to Monday. Now, with that, I report progress
with amendments,
and ask leave to sit again. Thank you.
Leave granted. Yeah, where's my paper now? Huh? I must just agenda houses. Where's my paper? No, having said that, we've come dispose of the 3 votes, and progress was reported with amendment, and with that, I adjourn the House until Monday, 2:30. Thank you.